Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us for day number 2 of our symposium. We hope everybody rested well. We hope everybody's brains had a chance to process all of the amazing papers and conversations that we got to hear yesterday. We are really looking forward to our program for today. I want to give just a brief overview of what you have in store before I introduce our first panel of distinguished speakers. Starting now, we're going to have a panel called Hiding in Plain Sight: Absence, Silence, and Inclusion at the Colored Conventions. I'll introduce those speakers in a moment. Then we'll have a short break. And then at 1 p.m. is going to be the highlight of the entire week, when you'll get to hear a keynote from Dr. Andre Johnson talking about his work on and thoughts about the colored conventions. I can't tell you how excited we all are to get to hear his remarks today. If you've gotten to hear Dr. Johnson speak before, you'll know how excited we are. Then we'll have a short break. And then at 2:15, we'll return. And we're going to have a closing panel where we'll have a little bit of a more informal conversation with some of our respondents who have joined us the last couple of days and get a chance to think together about the larger conversations that we might have going forward. So panel number 1 will begin in just a moment. Hiding in Plain Sight: Absence, Silence, and Inclusion at the Colored Conventions. Our first speaker today is going to be Dr. Jewon Wu. Jewon Wu teaches African-American literature, American literature, women's literature, fiction, humanities, compositions at Lorain Community College, Ohio. Her research includes topics about Black print culture, Black periodicals, performance, 19th century American culture and literature, critical race theory, community-based pedagogy, pedagogy for underrepresented students, along with digital humanities. She recently published a digital project on 19th century Black newspapers in Ohio, which you can find at ohioblackpress.org. Let me say that again, ohioblackpress.org, if folks would put that on social media for us. And that project was built with the support of the NEH, Mellon, and ACLS, and we cannot say enough amazing things about how transformative that website will be. This is me adding on, for our understanding of Black print, organizing, and communities in Ohio in the 19th century. So please take a look. Our second speaker is going to be Magdalena Zapędowska, who is a lecturer in English language and literature at Smith College, where she teaches first-year writing and supports faculty in teaching with writing. Her essays on 19th century African-American and American poetry and print culture have appeared in J19, Women's Studies, the Emily Dickinson Journal, the edited collection Emily Dickinson in Context, KBGP, and in Polish journals and edited volumes. Her first book project, Early Black Print Futurities: Speculative Thinking in African-American Poetry and Print Culture in the Long 19th Century, asks how African-American poets mobilized literary form, affect, and the materiality of print to see the future in the present. Her research has been supported by the Library Company of Philadelphia, the American Antiquarian Society, and the University of Massachusetts Amherst. Our third speaker will be Dr. Thanayi Jackson. Dr. Thanayi Jackson is an American historian with a focus on the Civil War and Reconstruction. Her research examines political culture, specifically intersections of race and partisanship during the transition from slavery to citizenship. The San Jose, California native, same here, way to go. The San Jose, California native earned her PhD at the University of Maryland, College Park, where she held an assistantship at the Freedmen Southern Society Project. She's completing a book on the political culture of Black office holding in Reconstruction, Wilmington, North Carolina. Jackson has held positions at San Jose State University, Berea College, and currently assistant professor of history at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Okay, I will now let our speakers begin in just a moment. But before I do that, I want to also introduce our respondent for today's panel, somebody who's taught us a lot about the conventions. Dr. Leslie Alexander is the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Professor of History at Rutgers University and is a fellow at the Carr Center for Human Rights Policy at Harvard University. A specialist in early African-American and African diaspora history, she is the author of African or American: Black Identity and Political Activism in New York City, 1784 to 1861, and Fear of a Black Republic: Haiti and the Birth of Black Internationalism in the United States. She's also the co-editor of 3 volumes, including Ideas in Unexpected Places, Reimagining the Boundaries of Black Intellectual History. Her current research, which appears in the 1619 Project, A New Origin Story, examines how surveillance of free and enslaved Black communities in the colonial and antebellum eras laid the foundation for modern-day policing. A 3-time Ford Foundation Fellowship recipient, Alexander is the immediate past president of the Association for the Study of the Worldwide African Diaspora and serves on the advisory councils for the National Council for Black Studies, the Journal of African American History, Black Perspectives, the Black Scholar, and the Montpellier Foundation Board. Okay, with that, I will now let our first speaker begin. Thank you.
Thank you for the lovely introduction. Let me share my screen. Can you see the page? Okay. So many people already mentioned yesterday about the significance of the Colored Conventions project during this symposium, but I wanted one more. I felt like I won a lottery when I attended the Colored Conventions project first symposium in 2015. The inclusiveness and collaborative nature of the CCP transformed both my pedagogy and scholarship, as it has done so those of many others. So I cannot thank enough Dr. Gabriel Forman's leadership and many CCP scholars and colleagues. So yesterday, the first panel brilliantly discussed transnational Blackness through the Black press and publishing company. I offer another side of the Colored Conventions movement. While people of African descent built political and cultural solidarity in the transnational space through print matter, Black Midwesterners also looked for an alternative space intranationally where they could envision their sovereignty exceeding one single representative Blackness. Colored conventions were essential to publishing Black-run newspapers, and these newspapers played a key role in spreading the word about the conventions. Conventions and newspapers revealed that Black communities were diversifying as free African Americans moved toward the Midwest and beyond, and the discourse on how to use media outlets for Black representation and formation of a Black collectivity constantly evolved. In this context, my presentation examines the decision-making process to publish the Ale in the American and Ohio State Conventions, in particular the 1850 convention held in Columbus, when delegates fiercely discussed the importance of their own paper that could speak for Midwestern Black Americans, Black Midwestern Americans. Delegate at the 1853 Colored National Convention seems to cordially endorse William Howard Day's newspaper, The Ale in the American, which was issued for the first time 3 months earlier in Cleveland, Ohio. Although the endorsement of paper at the National Convention briefly mentioned its name, Ohio State conventions and other newspapers suggest conflict and differing interest among African Americans in the mid-19th century North. The reciprocity between colored conventions and Black newspapers illustrate African Americans' effort to develop a collective sense of their national identity and socio-political location. Especially, Ohio deserves our attention because colored conventions and Black newspapers in the state outnumbered those in most of the northern states. African Americans in Ohio understood the significance of the press and convention for political organizing. For example, the 1843 Ohio State Convention gave birth to the state's first Black newspaper, David Jenkins' Pallium of Liberty. Consequently, preparing for the 1844 state conventions, the paper advertised to recruit committees, volunteers for ladies' bazaars, and local hosts. The paper also secured funds, subscribers, and agents at the same convention. As you can see in this slide, after the convention, the number of subscribers of the newspaper notably increased, actually 3 times. When colored conventions functions as a site to find consensus on this identity among delegates, Black newspapers offered prelude and extensions of convention gathering in print. My examination on the reciprocity between colored conventions and the Black press is germinated from the Benjamin Fagan's essay in the collection of the Colored Conventions movement. observing both conventions and the Black press as two crucial institutions of antebellum Black life and activism. Fagan demonstrates how Black journalists attempt to create a unified whole through the press, despite the dynamics caused by differences in their perspectives on national authority. As he suggests, the convention's resolution to produce the national press was unachievable beyond the convention attendees' agreement on the need for Black press that might consolidate a Black national identity. Rather, Black newspapers attempt to, quote, to radically reframe the question of national authority. In the same vein, Ohio delegates demanded more than one unified national identity. Even when they represented their locality at national colored conventions, the socio-geopolitical identity that they demonstrated, which is rural, unconventionally educated, southern-rooted, and in the West, was never specified as a part of that national identity. The minutes of the 1850 Ohio State Convention of the Colored Citizens conclude, quote, "We are scattered over so large a territory, and while we have increasingly important interest, we have not a single paper of our own west of New York. And in those days, we do not consider ourselves properly represented. Neither can we be fully represented in the papers edited at the West by our white friends, for we have interests peculiar to ourselves." End. Their perception of their own West of New York attests not to a desire for one unified identity, but to a necessary notion of ever-expanding complexities of African American subject in their search for national authority. For several reasons, Black Ohioans wanted their own paper. Their dissatisfaction with Frederick Douglass's papers, regardless of his indomitable reputation, was obvious among Black Ohioans. They expressed their discontent, particularly after the 1848 National Colored Convention held in Columbus that had affirmed that North Star would be, quote, "free to answer all the ends and purpose of the national press," quote. At the next year's state convention, John Watson mercilessly lampooned Douglass, who had made, quote, "Cleveland the only post office in Ohio so far as distributing the so-called report was concerned," quote. As if other attendees at the convention agreed with Watson, they responded to his remark with roars of laughter. This criticism on the North Star continued at the 1850 State Convention, where John Mercer Langston claimed that the paper, quote, had proved recurrent to the assertion of its editors at the 1848 Cleveland National Convention, quote. Langston was not alone with his harsh critique of the paper. William Burnham declared, quote, "North Star was not the people's paper, but strictly an Eastern paper," quote. Even though some expressed unwavering respect for the paper, John Lott even insisted that the paper, the North Star, should go down, which was advised with discretion immediately. Then Langston encapsulated their need for an organ to replace the paper that, quote, "fails to notice the article of the Western colored man," quote. Black Ohioans saw the limitation of Frederick Douglass's paper for its failure to represent the specificities of the Black West. It was not uncommon that white journalists for the anti-slavery and progressive press attended to report on colored conventions. Even if a Black-owned newspaper was unavailable, these papers offered snapshots of conventions and news on African Americans. Nevertheless, delegates at Ohio colored conventions were also aware that white newspapers could not serve Black Ohioans enough. At the 1850 State Convention, when David Jenkins proposed to publish the proceedings in the Ohio Standard, a free soil paper, by Edward Helm and I. Garland between 1848 and 1851. The two journalists witnessed the Black civil rights movement and organizing in the state. One attendee named Mr. Nichols stated that, quote, there was no necessity of the colored people establishing an independent paper at this time, quote, because the Ohio Standard was willing to devote a part of their pages to the interests of African Americans in Ohio. Nichols' naive optimism was right away confronted by Charles Langston, quote, if the editors were willing to change the name so as to read Ohio Standard and Voice of Oppressed, quote, of course not. They knew that the white paper only included news from Black communities, at best as auxiliary on the paper's least noticeable page. Most delegates saw the necessity of the Black run organ, even as a pamphlet form, instead of depending on white newspaper sympathetic to Black civil rights. Of course, delegates did not miss other Black papers affiliated with a religious institution. However, they regarded that some Black-run religious papers like Christian Herald failed to refute slavery. John Mercer Langston argued that it was, quote, not the colored people's paper, but strictly a Methodist organ, quote, end, because its founder, Augustus Green, considered the paper too sacred to admit the subject of human rights in its columns, quote, end. John Brown and Mr. Nooks expressed their discomfort at his remark on the Herald, insinuating the popularity of the church organ among African Americans. While they desired a politically motivated Black newspaper, they were reluctant to invest only one periodical, as if it could observe diverse voices among the Black community, even into a single channel of their own west of New York. Most importantly, the 1850 convention delegates were confident about the human asset capable enough to produce a newspaper. Black Ohioans demanded public education for their children, which had been one of the key issues at the state colored conventions since its first known gathering in 1837. As a result of an organized movement to expand educational opportunities for Black students and Oberlin College's radical open admission policy, according to the delegate estimation at the 1850 convention, Ohio had enough people to manage a paper publication. John Mercer Langston boastfully announced that, quote, colored men in Ohio were becoming cultivated, that they were being educated, that they possessed a germ of peculiar literature. They had their head poets, statesmen, reviewers, printers, and philosophers who could fathom Baconian philosophy and solve Newtonian problems, and who should have an outflow, a manifestation of their genius and their talent. After a lengthy debate, the 1850 State Convention concluded with a new press committee, including the Langston brothers, William Day, and David Jenkins. However, this convention resolution to organize the press committee did not simultaneously produce a paper. As a matter of fact, the process to determine why, who, where, and how to publish a newspaper ensued heated argument among following convention participants. At the 5 state conventions between 1850 and 1853, the proposal for newspaper was constantly revised until William Harday's The Alien American was officially confirmed at the 1853 state convention, and accordingly endorsed at the National Convention in the same year. In addition, the publication of the Alien America was not a success story of localizing the Black press. If we consider its substantial longevity, the evidence of success. As soon as Day launched the paper, he faced harsh competition from radical and local national papers, even though he used a vast network that he had built through the New York City and Ohio connections to sustain the paper. The alien American did not last more than 2 years and left Black Ohioans seeking another kind of periodicals. Nevertheless, the newspaper suggests a significant extension of the expected role of the Black press that not only unified Black voices with a national authority, but also represented the dynamic growth of the diverse Black communities beyond the Eastern state. Whether or not Douglas and other Eastern delegates at the National Convention saw the importance of having more localized Black papers, the alien American signals the diversifying trend of African American communities westward and southward as well, and revising the course of envisioning African America inside and outside of the national conventions was inevitable. Thank you. So now I'm turning over to Dr. Thanayi Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you. That was great. Let me get my screen ready. Okay. Okay, how's everybody doing today? Glad to be here. Okay, oops, first slide would help. There we go. So this project is called Searching for Mary Ellen Pleasant in the California Colored Conventions. I'm going to give you a little bit of background where my head is on this project. Every year in my upper division senior African American history class, I assign what's called a social biography project. The class goes up to 1865, and the social biography as a concept tell the story of a person for whom there is very little primary evidence. It's an assignment that I stole off of one of my undergraduate professors from a world history professor at UC Santa Cruz. And the idea in the language I write in the assignment is that a social biography is an attempt to understand the trajectories of ordinary people's lives through the systemic application of the categories of social history and world history. It seeks to sidestep the paucity of sources through the application of basic research skills and historical imagination. In this way, writing the social biography provides an occasion for historians to sharpen their research skills and improve their understanding of social processes. Social biography puts the social historian's training to work in locating the plausible social, economic, political, and cultural context in which the subject's life may have unfolded. In class, we use digital databases to do this work. We start with a runaway slave advertisement and freedom suits. We use Freedmen's Bureau records, and yes, of course, the Colored Conventions database. Every year I tell them that I too will play along, and I will do a mini social biography with them. And for the past few years, I have done the same person. So I'm in effect cheating, but I keep doing Mary Ellen Pleasant. Elite boarding house owner, wealthy capital investor in metals, mining, and banking, laundry entrepreneur, and domestic worker charging the highest price in the city, Mary Ellen Pleasant had an exceptional power in Civil War California. Her wealth afforded her certain privileges, it's undeniable, including the ability to use her money to work for civil rights and her connections to operate as a political influencer. Let me just show you some examples. This is her house by 1875. This is, I think, one of my favorites. This is sort of hard to see, so I'm going to zoom in, but this is her insurance papers for all of her stuff. And as you can kind of see, if you could see that, she has several very high-priced, especially for the time, things insured. And I'll talk more about that in a bit. But my goal was to find evidence linking her to the colored conventions. And every year, this is sort of what I do. I always see her on the colored convention site. There are quite a few biographies, or at least works that deal with Pleasant, even if briefly, and they all link her to the conventions. And likewise, conventions are mentioned in Pleasant biographies. Pleasant is mentioned in California convention studies. So she's got to be there, right? But every time I start looking, and again, I've kind of been cheating, so I've been doing this for a few assignments now, but I honestly can't find any actual primary evidence linking her directly to the conventions themselves. That doesn't mean that I don't believe she was involved. She had to be, right? Now, historians who have come before me and done this work have explained and made excellent cases as to why women are largely absent from the colored convention record. And yes, I agree. But then I'm always thinking to myself, but now what? The case of Mary Ellen Pleasant and the colored conventions is like, it's a historical meta exercise, right? If there's no evidence, why do I believe she played a role in the conventions? I do. What do I see as evidence? What have other scholars seen as evidence? What was that I was saying about paucity of sources, sharpening historical research skills, putting the training to work? That's where I feel like I'm at with this project, right? I have found no direct mention of Mary Ellen Pleasant in the convention records, and yet she must have been there. The connections that researchers generally make are in agreement that Mary Ellen Pleasant was part of this scene, if you will. And I think that's correct. This paper is a methodological exploration. I want to walk you through my thinking and what I found and see if there's a thread to pull to tell this story. It is both a synthesis of work that's come before and original research. I did go back to the sources. I have pulled connections of Pleasant to the conventions, not solely from secondary sources, but the ones I do have from secondary sources, they are typically glimpses into this world of hers. And they oftentimes appear in histories of Black Gold Rush, California, particularly San Francisco, where she lived. And the synthesis itself is telling. Both Mary Ellen Pleasant and these conventions are significant to early California history. For being a relatively new state, California enters the Union as a free state in 1850. And by the end of the decade, there are 3 colored conventions in California, which is a relatively large amount in that time frame from what we see from the colored conventions records. I have also revisited, like I say, the bulk of the primary material at Bay Area repositories. That's an ongoing process. And I've taken on a certain methodology, which is to try to map Mary Ellen Pleasant's life on top of the colored conventions. So I know the dates of when the colored conventions are. What was she doing during these colored conventions? And that's where my process sort of started. Initially, I thought I was going to find her with something to do with the newspapers. That was my goal when I sort of started really seriously thinking about doing this project. There was one of the meetings in 1857 was in San Francisco. And at that meeting, there's a sort of very brief call at the end of the meeting to establish the newspaper Mirror of the Times. And the call says that they're going to ask the ladies of the community to do some work helping to put this newspaper together. So I thought that's where I might find Mary Ellen Pleasant. I didn't. I only found 2 references that I thought maybe I could put in this wheelhouse of connecting her to the newspaper. The one most obvious one was an actual sort of not a formal advertisement, but kind of a little advertising blurb in the Mirror of the Times itself, in which it says that Mary Ellen Pleasant has paid for a subscription to the newspaper and that she's already paid in advance for, I think, 5 issues. That was the closest specific connection I found. While I was at the San Francisco African American Historical and Cultural Society, they have a large collection of her items, and I'm going to walk through more of those later. But I did find this is a copy of something that was in a book that she had, which I think is interesting. It is a parody mocking Black newspapers, but she held on to this. And so I want to include this as some sort of connection, however loose, between her thinking and Black newspapers at the time. Like I say, this is a parody mocking Black newspapers. This is the full version it was folded, and in one of her books, like I say, it's a copy. And this is just blown up, so you can kind of get a better look at, some of the racist rhetoric of what this thing is. But other than that, I don't see any actual evidence that her involvement in the paper can explain her involvement in the conventions. Okay. I agree with historians that have come before me. Mary Ellen Pleasant was part of this scene, if you will. The most common intersection of Pleasant with the convention is her circle of friends. This is solid. Pleasant migrated to California from Nantucket in 1852. She was part of a chain migration of abolitionists who saw the West as a place with possibility. I think this Western bit also might be an interesting rhetorical angle also, in the sense of it being, I don't want to say a new world, if you will, but the extent to which people considered going to the West immigration or not. It was actually kind of controversial for people to leave for California sometimes, because there were people who thought, Black folks shouldn't be immigrating, they should be staying and working where they were. But there is a large group who goes to California. San Francisco is one of the bigger cities, and they do this abolitionist work from there. And she's definitely part of this. The West was a place with possibility. So she leaves with the first, I think, migration from Nantucket comes in 1850, right after California becomes a state. And by 1852, she leaves and goes there also. Lynn Hudson, who I think writes the most comprehensive biography of Mary Ellen Pleasant, writes that abolitionist friends from Nantucket, New Bedford, and Boston probably formed a central part of Pleasant's social and business life in the West. Her association with this community of abolitionists is often used to connect her to the conventions, as several of the men were deeply involved in the California conventions who also came from Nantucket. For example, David W. Ruggles was one of the Boston migrants who was part of this same circle, and he was on the executive committee of the California conventions and good friends with Mary Ellen Pleasant. I examined interviews conducted many years later with the adult children of some of the convention executive committee members, which are at the San Francisco Public Library, including David Ruggles Jr., and they all individually spoke of Pleasant's friendship with their fathers and confirmed her joint activity as part of this Black activist scene in San Francisco. In a rhetorical examination, this scene, as it were, is important to establishing the culture behind the language of Black politics in the West and San Francisco. In 1853, soon after landing in California, the same group of Black leaders establishes the Athenaeum Institute, located at 273 Washington Street, 6 blocks from where Mary Ellen Pleasant's most famous boarding house is. It's a 2-story house. The Institute was the epicenter of Black intellectual life in the city. On the first floor was a saloon. Saloons, I also think, are an interesting place to maybe pull a thread and look for the political rhetoric of Black politics, because saloons are long political space. On the second floor was a library reading room that boasted over 800 volumes. The Athenaeum, which actually becomes the San Francisco African American Historical and Cultural Society, where I found a lot of her old belongings, had the connections to fundraise among the city's elite, both white and Black, receiving contributions from a number of banking firms, Flint, Peabody and Company, and Palmer Cook and Company. They received space in the Daily Alta California, which is a white-owned but anti-slavery newspaper at the time, and contributions from the LeCount and Strong bookstore. It was here at the Athenaeum that the idea of a Black newspaper, the Mirror of the Times, is first talked about. Although it's going to take the mobilization of the California conventions 2 years later to make it a reality. In the same interviews with David Ruggles Jr. mentioned above, he remembers Mary Ellen Pleasant as one of the Institute's founders and specifically names her as a financial backer of the Institute and an investor in the saloon. So she has this connection to the saloon. I also think that this is a sort of interesting conversation to open up. So I'm going to, I guess, if it's legal, pose some of my own questions at this point, which is that there's almost a disconnect between the rhetoric in the conventions and this part of the mapping reality. The conventions often talk about temperance, yesterday there was this conversation about whether they're having a highbrow conversation or a lowbrow conversation. I'm going to kind of piggyback on that a little bit. The conventions, I think, are often trying to have a highbrow conversation that doesn't necessarily have space for a saloon being the epicenter of some of this Black intellectual life. Now, I understand there's a reading room with over 800 volumes on top, so I'm not just trying to say this is all about the saloon, but in trying to link Pleasant to the conventions and her being an investor in this saloon, sometimes I start to wonder, and I'll make this point again, if her absence isn't more purposeful than I'm thinking. Like maybe they don't want her to be the face of this movement, or maybe she's a more behind the scenes figure. And let me talk more about that right now. Okay, so this mapping work where I take a look at when the conventions were and then try to look at what she's doing on top. Again, California, for its relatively small Black population, has 3 state conventions in the 1850s and 1 state convention in the 1860s, the year the Civil War stops, or the fighting stops, in 1865. So I've tried to do this mapping work. Also in 1852, I know this is 3 years before the first convention in 1855, but I want to kind of lead up to it. In 1852, Pleasant and David Ruggles, the future executive committee member of the conventions, formed the Franchise League. The league pushed for equal rights in California, such as the right to testify in courts, which would become a major platform of these conventions in all 3 years. It wouldn't be until 1863, in the middle of the war, that law would go away. And these, the Franchise League defended, both with resources and capital, persons caught up in fugitive slave dragnets, right? There were fugitive slave law had become national in 1850, but there was also a California fugitive slave law in effect. William Wilmore Jr., William Wilmore is also part of the colored conventions, and in an interview with his son, he remembered, and quote, "The Negroes were timid, but not nearly as unthinking as many imagined. Sharp thinkers like Mammy Pleasant and David Ruggles Sr. formed an organization to protect them." He's talking about the Franchise League. And interestingly, 2 major cases making national news, that of George Mitchell and that of Archie Lee, coincide with the span of the state's conventions. So these kind of map on top of one another. While the convention's proceedings do not mention these cases by name, there's definitely a link with this in terms of what's happening behind the scenes. And there is a letter published, at least for the Archie Lee case. There's an open letter from the Colored Convention's executive board to the news, to the daily newspaper, the white daily newspaper. Furthermore, an examination of the arguments made by the lawyers representing Mitchell and Lee, who were hired largely by Pleasant, but also by members of the executive committee, focus on these issues, sort of revealing them to be like a consistent rhetorical device. Let me show you. Where's my... Okay, this isn't the best timeline, but I'll kind of walk us through it. So this is just the 1857 convention where that took place in San Francisco. So in October of 1857, Archie Lee arrives in Sacramento with Charles Stovall, who was a slaver from Mississippi, and brought Archie with him. Same month, California Colored Conventions in San Francisco. The actual date of these proceedings is a little harder to come by. Now, the way that the story is told is that Archie Lee gets to California in October 1857. He probably starts to do this mining work that Charles Stovall has brought him out to do, but then he quickly encounters these free Black folks in California who start telling him he's free and he should push this and he should leave. And so he does. He leaves and goes to Hackett House, which is a Black-owned boarding house in Sacramento. And on January 6th, 1858, he's arrested at Hackett House. February 5th, the state Supreme Court places Lee in the custody of Stovall, says that under the fugitive slave law, because Stovall had claimed he wasn't planning on staying in California, that everything was perfectly legal. And at that point, they start to make their way back to San Francisco to get on a ship and head back to Mississippi, get out of Dodge. San Francisco activists jump into action immediately, and they start pushing to obtain a writ of habeas corpus to release Lee and an arrest warrant for Stovall for kidnapping. They're going to take it to a district court in San Francisco and try to overturn the other court. This is all very expensive. And Mary Ellen Pleasant is definitely paying for quite a bit of this. Now, it is also after a convention, and not that long after a convention. And I do think there might be a link between being already mobilized after these conventions and being able to then put this into action, right? I mean, this is a lot of action for this. So if they're kind of, and it's a way to fundraise. So Archie Lee in particular has one of the most well-known lawyers in the United States at this time, which is, again, sounds pretty expensive. They get this writ of habeas corpus a couple of days later, as Stovall's trying to make this getaway with Archie Lee. You know, they're in the Pacific Ocean. They've passed Alcatraz. They're near Angel Island, for those familiar with San Francisco. And the Black activists in San Francisco have chartered a tugboat, make their way out into the ocean, get Archie Lee back, rescue him from the jaws of this ship, and bring him back to San Francisco, where eventually a U.S. Circuit Court ruling will rule in his favor. Now, between March 7th and April 14th, when Archie's rescued from the ship and the U.S. Circuit Court rules for Lee, you see this letter from the executive committee published in the daily periodical in San Francisco, doing this interesting thing that I was alluding to earlier, where there's this public rhetoric, and then there's the stuff that's happening behind the scenes. So, and specifically here down at the bottom of the first, it has been publicly asserted that we had counseled and determined to rescue the boy Archie from the custody of the officers who had him in charge, and that we had no confidence in the legal tribunals of the state or in the United States Commissioner before whom he is to be tried. All of this we pronounce unqualified falsehood, right? And they go on to confirm that they're for law and order, that it's not that they don't have faith in the law, they absolutely have faith in the law, and that they have acted legally because, he was kidnapped. So they're definitely putting forward, a law and order rhetorical presentation to the public, to counter this sort of chartering the tugboat, going out to sea and going at it with Stovall and his steamer. Now, after Archie Lee is found to be free and released, he goes to Mary Ellen Pleasant's house and stays there. Now, ironically, while the meeting of the Colored Convention Executive Committee is putting out this public statement and this district court's ruling for Lee, and then Lee goes and hides out at Mary Ellen Pleasant's, he eventually will migrate to Canada before the war because he's sort of worried that this could go south again at any point. Meanwhile, Mary Ellen Pleasant isn't even in San Francisco anymore. In April, she leaves for Chatham, meets with John Brown, and gives him a huge sum of money to support what will eventually become Harper's Ferry. So that is also a sort of disconnect between this sort of newspaper, hey, we're for law and order, and you can imagine, and I don't know, this is part of this historical imagination, it's a thread I think we could pull, that the part of the money was obviously probably hers, she's very wealthy, but that perhaps some fundraising had also happened behind the scenes at this convention. Okay, that is sort of my that one is sort of my main thing. And in the interest of time, I just want to point out a couple of other places where I think this can go, right? Where can all of this go? There's also a connection similar to this in 1865. There's an 1865 meeting. And then within a year, Mary Ellen Pleasant starts bringing up discrimination suits against streetcars who are refusing to pick up Black people in San Francisco. So she starts suing streetcars almost immediately after the 1865 convention, where their platform at that convention is about securing equal rights under the law in San Francisco. So there is this feeling that she's really doing this on the ground legal work that's being rhetorically talked about at the conventions. She's actually doing on the ground with this legal work. I also think that there's a really interesting connection to be made using Jessica Marie Johnson's recent work about New Orleans and the way she talks about tastemakers. That sort of reinvigorated my thinking on this topic. Again, Pleasant was wealthy, but at first I also thought that I could sort of piggyback on some of the work that was done in the first Colored Convention volume that was thinking about the ways in which, Black women boarding house owners in particular, maybe hosted these conventions, right? And the way they did that kind of work on the ground. But Mary Ellen Pleasant's boarding houses had a white clientele in San Francisco, and not just a white clientele, but an extremely elite clientele. After I had done some of this work, I thought it was worth trying to see if some of these lawyers stayed at her boarding house. It's the West. A lot of people stay in boarding houses in California at this time because the city's very new. That was also another connection to Johnson's work, is that her work about tastemakers is about kind of worlds being built up. And I think you can make the argument that that's the case in San Francisco, California. And so there are connections where, this is a rough Western city with not a lot of, elite trappings and not a lot of things for elite people to do. And she provides that in a very interestingly marketed way. She, in some ways, markets this mammy image, which is why people keep calling her mammy. And it's not just Southerners who are also migrating to California at this time. It's not just appealing to them. Like, these people who are coming west are sort of starved for this Eastern culture. And she serves it to them in the form of this idea of this mammy, but it's very, very elite. Some of the other things they had of hers from the Historical and Cultural Society, these are just pictures of some of her items. This is like an image of her wallpaper. This is a porcelain wash basin that she had. I just want to give us an idea of how she might have been seen there. One person we do know that stayed there was the future governor of California, Newton Booth, who gets elected governor while he's living at one of her boarding houses. This is a letter from him later that I also found in her papers, her stuff, where apparently he also enclosed a check to her for $600 in here. So she was still making sure she was getting her money. And this is like 4 years after he was governor. So she still has a relationship to him. And when he's elected governor and they show up at his inaugural, she's with him. She gets out of the carriage with him and walks in with him arm in arm. He was the first governor to reach out for Black votes. And she sort of brags her whole life that she got this man elected from her parlor. And
Dr. Jackson, this is such a wonderful and rich paper, but we're wondering if we can maybe hold some of the rest of it for Q&A. Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to turn it over to Magdalena Zapędowska.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Foreman on the MacArthur Award. Dr. Foreman's scholarship has been so formative to my work, and her ethos of collaboration and accountability. And Dr. Foreman, I was just so happy to hear that you received this recognition. And now I'm going to share my screen. The 1843 National Convention of Colored Citizens in Buffalo is well known as the event at which Henry Highland Garnett delivered the first version of his address to the slaves, which the delegates deemed too incendiary to adopt for the published minutes. Instead, the minutes report on the debate leading to the rejection of Garnett's address by one vote, 19 to 18. Scholars have emphasized that convention proceedings were, in Gabriel Forman's words, highly curated documents. Eric Gardner writes that they were full of gaps and silences. Publishing committees decided what to include and exclude, considering the reception of the proceedings as well as printing costs. Since the committees typically eliminated material, it is striking that the proceedings of the 1843 Buffalo Convention begin with an added poetic epigraph. This epigraph excerpts an 1842 poem published in the Michigan-based Signal of Liberty and written to the popular tune "Scots who hae wi' Wallace bled." It is a paratext specific to the pamphlet and intended for the pamphlet's readers. Despite its liminal status, it performs complex bibliographic, cultural, and political work, highlighting questions of genre, democratic process, and intended reception. I will return to this epigraph later. I begin with it because it exemplifies one of several ways that poetry and song entered colored conventions, and because as a liminal item, it is easy to overlook. In terms of genre, the conventions fostered the development of early African-American oratory, political prose, and parliamentary reporting. However, they also commonly featured poems and songs, reflecting the ubiquity of these genres in 19th century African-American and broader American culture. Their texts were often omitted from the proceedings, partly to reduce printing costs and partly because they were supplemental to the political debates. However, like the epigraph to the proceedings of the 1843 Buffalo Convention, poetry and song contributed additional meanings to the convention's political process. Antebellum convention addresses often included excerpts from canonical or popular poems. As an integral part of the address, these quotations do appear in the proceedings. Excerpts from poems were used to rhetorically elevate the style, heighten the emotion, and reinforce the message in memorable, often recognizable language organized into metric feet. Their function then was similar to verse quotations in newspaper articles written for and reprinted by the Black periodical press. In his address to the 1843 Buffalo Convention, Samuel Davis exhorted the participants to tell in burning words our tale of woe, and thus educate the white oppressors until they recognized Black Americans as fellow citizens. He went on to emphasize African Americans' love for the United States as the land of their birth. With all her faults, we love her still. I haven't identified the former quotation, but the latter is adapted from British poet William Cooper's discursive poem, The Task. Book 2 of The Task opens with an apostrophe to England. England, with all thy faults, I love thee still. Davis freely adapts this well-known line for his address. He omits the apostrophe and uses the plural we to express collective sentiment. This adaptation is typical of how viral lines of poetry circulated in antebellum US print culture. They were often quoted from memory and without concern for textual accuracy, with modified language and content to suit the writer's purpose. In other words, viral lines became shared and fluid cultural property, autonomous from the original context. Convention addresses could also include longer attributed excerpts. In their address to the 1843 Michigan State Convention, William Lambert, Richard Gordon, and Madison Lightfoot quoted the Iliad in Alexander Pope's canonical translation. They used Homer's sublime description of Cleopatra's military power to emphasize the ancient glory of the African nations of Egypt and Ethiopia, harnessing a foundational text of the Western literary tradition to refute white supremacist notions of Black inferiority. Lambert believed in the power of poetry to inspire action. His call for the 1843 Michigan Convention ends with a poem urging Black Americans to attend and demand liberty. In addition to quotations and addresses, conventions occasionally featured standalone poem readings, reflecting their status as sites of cultural production and performance, as well as political events. These readings, which offered attendees politically engaged entertainment, could provide women with a visible and documented role in the convention process. As Denise Berger writes, quote, "There are many examples of women who sang solos, performed in choirs, and shared poetry and poetic tributes at conventions," end quote. A session of the 1858 Massachusetts State Convention ended with the young Black woman Sarah Anton's reading of her poem Human Brotherhood. The proceedings describe it as appropriate to the occasion and state that it was received with marked favor. The last session of that convention ended with New Bedford delegate Bella C. Perry's reading of another poem, which the minutes only describe as appropriate to the close of the proceedings. The texts of these poems are excluded from the published minutes, which suggests that the poems functioned as autonomous aesthetic artifacts, thematically relevant but not integral to the political process. Read at the close of a session or the entire meeting, they provided aesthetic pleasure and a welcome break after hours of intense political debate. As performances in a prestigious literary genre, they also enhanced the celebration of Black life and talent and added to what Erica Ball calls the convention's ritual. Frances Ellen Watkins Harper gave a speech and read from her poem cycle Sketches of Southern Life at the 1873 Delaware State Convention. Although, as Berger argues, Harper's singular presence represents the lives, labor, and words of the entire network of women, the brief mention in the minutes reduces her to the role of entertainer, minimizing her political contributions. Closely related to poetry, songs served a ritualistic function as well. Some conventions featured musical performances by a choir or an individual vocalist. However, most singing was participatory. Alicia Van Looy writes that conventioneers often sang a liberty song at the beginning and end of each session. Meetings typically closed with singing the doxology, "Praise God from whom all blessings flow." By joining voices and song, participants enacted their common goal of advancing Black civil rights through democratic process, despite differences of political opinion. The proceedings of the 1843 National Convention in Buffalo emphasized the unifying process of emphasized this unifying purpose of communal singing, as they state that the convention united in singing a liberty song. At the 1859 New England Regional Convention in Boston, presided over by William Wells Brown, participants sang several songs from Brown's abolitionist collection, The Anti-Slavery Harp, to well-known hymn or popular tunes. The texts were printed on handbills and distributed in the meeting. The convention began with a song sung to the lively tune of the hymn Lennox. Ho, children of the brave, ho, freemen of the land, that hurled into the grave oppression's bloody band. Come on, and join be we. Come on, and join be we, to make the fettered bondman free. Early in the first session, the convention sang one of Brown's own songs to the immensely popular tune of Auld Lang Syne. Fling out the anti-slavery flag on every swelling breeze, and let its folds wave o'er the land and o'er the raging seas. The afternoon session ended by singing a poem by Scottish poet James Montgomery to the stately hymn tune Old Hundred. Let Mammon hold while Mammon can, the bones and blood of living men. Let despots scorn while despots dare, the shrieks and writings of despair. These songs and their tunes deserve more discussion than I have time for today, but the musical variety of the 1859 New England Convention invites us to think about the rich soundscape of these meetings. At the same time, the prominence of songs at this convention illustrates how the organizers harnessed the unifying power of communal singing to balance political divisions among the delegates. Like communal singing, the epigraph to the proceedings of the 1843 Buffalo Convention communicated unity among delegates who were by no means unanimous. Scholarship on self-emancipation narratives emphasizes that paratext can control or contest the meanings of the text itself. As part of the pamphlet's paratextual frame, the epigraph shapes readers' reception of the proceedings. In contrast to Garnett's excluded address, it presents moral suasion as the method to end enslavement and advance Black civil rights. The poem disavows the use of force, instead endorsing the persuasive power of light and love and truth as moral weapons. The second stanza emphasizes unity of feeling, heart to heart, and action, hand to hand. But since the delegates rejected Garnett's address by just one vote and disagreed about the use of violence to end enslavement, the paratext projects a unity that in fact did not exist. Garnett, who sat on the publishing committee alongside Charles B. Ray, Theodore Wright, William McIntosh, and Amos Beeman, was trusted to defer to the delegates' rejection of his address and must have accepted the epigraph too. As a paratext, the poetic epigraph also signals the literariness of the proceedings. Derek Spires has argued that convention minutes should be seen as another genre of early African-American literature. The epigraph suggests that the publishing committee intentionally cultivated this literary character. It evokes the epigraphic conventions of early 19th century fiction, such as the novels of Walter Scott and James Fenimore Cooper, whose chapters often began in this way. For example, chapters of Scott's Ivanhoe open with epigraphs from canonical poets like Chaucer and Homer. Moreover, the epigraph invokes the practice of publishing poems in the Black periodical press, where they functioned both as autonomous artifacts, visually distinguished from the rest of the printed page by lineation, and as part of the fabric of heterogeneous texts. While the epigraph to the proceedings of the 1843 Buffalo Convention communicates the delegates' shared belief in moral suasion, the poetry genre simultaneously gestures to the convention's multivocal and heterogeneous nature. And I turn it over to our respondent, Dr. Alexander.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd like to begin by thanking Gabrielle Foreman and Andre Johnson and really the entire Colored Convention project team for inviting me to participate in this symposium. Since the Colored Conventions project's inception, I have really deeply admired the work that it has done in excavating, documenting, and sharing these critical historical documents. And so I'm really so honored to be part of anything that this project does, but certainly today's symposium in particular. I also really want to thank the panelists for sharing their work and for challenging us to engage with the crucial questions about historical silencing and erasure, and for highlighting what we can do to repair these omissions. I can tell by the responses in the chat that these presentations have really resonated with folks, and I can't wait to hear more about everyone's thoughts and reflections about their work. Before I delve into some just sort of brief remarks about the papers, I'd like to just offer a quick reflection on why I think the Colored Conventions Project and the research we've heard today is so vitally important. I am constantly reminded that, regrettably, we still live in a society and in a time when the very notion of Black political and intellectual thought is challenged, questioned, maligned, and even belittled. Just the mere idea that Black people in the 19th century had the capacity to cultivate or articulate political ideas or formulate intellectual ideologies, even today within the historical discipline, is still the subject of doubt and ridicule, both inside and outside of the ivory tower. And so for those of us who specialize in 19th century Black thought, I think it can be easy to forget how much doubt and scorn still exists. And so we can sometimes lose sight of how important it is that we continue to conduct this research, to publish our findings, and to speak publicly about our work and the people that we study. But it is so deeply important that we do. And I think today's presentations really reflected that, because what our work reveals is that free and enslaved Black people in every place and time must be taken seriously as political and intellectual thinkers. And as these papers today indicated, they often held radically different political views and expressed their ideas in a variety of forms. So I'm really excited to hear what you all think about each of these papers. I want to take just a few moments to offer a few remarks on each of the papers and to raise some questions that I hope will stimulate the author's thinking and hopefully stimulate some discussion among us as well. So I'm going to take them in order and start with Jewon Woo's paper, In Our Own West of New York, Making the Black Press at the Colored Conventions. What's really fascinating about this paper is that we learn about the internal division among Black newspaper publishers during the 1850s and the broader range of political thought among Black activists at the time. What really comes clear in this paper is that members of the Black press really clearly understood the stakes, the political stakes, and the critical role that newspapers could play in shaping Black community opinion, but also shaping and influencing mainstream white folks' opinion about slavery and about the Black experience more generally. We also learned that Black folks in the Midwest, what we now think of as the Midwest, often viewed themselves as distinct from their brothers and sisters in the East and felt that their views were not fully understood or articulated in existing East Coast-based newspapers, which at the time, of course, were largely Frederick Douglass's newspapers. I think these are deeply important insights because, again, they challenge us to grapple with the complexity and diversity within the Black population in the 19th century. Clearly, they were not a monolithic group, but rather a deeply complicated community, often deeply divided over political perspective and strategy. And as Woo revealed in the conclusion of her paper, such conflicts routinely became very bitter and personal. But there's some questions that I would like to challenge Jewon Woo to think about in more depth, particularly regarding the nature of political thought across the North and West at the time. And what I mean by this is that I'm wondering what exactly and specifically made Black Ohioans, in this case, so discontented with existing papers such as Frederick Douglass's paper. What alternative ideas did they hope to articulate through the Aliened American? Woo mentions that there were extensive debates during the state conventions in Ohio about the need for a paper. And I think it would help us a lot to understand their critique of existing Eastern newspapers. How did they understand their experience as Westerners? Of course, today we think of them as Midwesterners, but at the time they're understanding themselves as Westerners. So how did they understand their unique experience as Westerners? And what did they feel that Douglass and other East Coast activists missed about their unique struggle? I was really interested in the one quote that Woo shared that indicated that, you know, these folks in Ohio understood themselves to have increasingly important and distinct issues. But what I would like to know is what exactly were those issues and what made them distinct from what folks in the East were experiencing. I also wonder whether their ideological differences were based strictly on region or whether there were other political differences as well. So I would be interested to look at the text of the newspapers or to hear you talk about the text of the newspapers to see whether their views on really critically important issues like integration, separatism, Black nationalism, immigration, whether or not those types of views aligned with Douglass's. And I'm particularly interested in whether their ideas about abolitionist strategy aligned. So did they support, for example, Garrisonian moral suasion, or were they moving more towards radical abolition? I was particularly interested in the fact that they didn't want to align with the Ohio Standard, which, as Wu indicated, was a free soil paper. And so I wonder, for example, whether or not part of the issue was that free soil ideology was perhaps just not radical enough for their views. My point here is that what I would love to hear more about is the specific nature of the political disagreements that the Ohioans had with Douglas and perhaps Black Easterners more generally, to understand why the battle over the press was so important to them and why they believed so strongly that they needed their own paper. Just as one last sort of closing example of that, I'm struck by the choice of the name, the Aliened American. As we all know, the debate over names and how Black people were going to view and understand themselves and how they were going to view and present themselves relative to mainstream America, these debates over naming and identity dominated much of the national colored conventions in earlier years. And so I'm wondering, and I'm interested in whether their choice to use Aliened American might reveal something more about their political views. The last thing is that in the written version of the paper, Wu mentioned that the Aliened American received a lukewarm response at the 1853 National Colored Convention. And I wonder how Wu thinks we should understand and interpret that lukewarm response. What's interesting is that, at least according to the minutes, the delegates seemed to side more with Douglas, but they also didn't reject the Aliened American outright or entirely. So I'm wondering how Wu would want us to understand and interpret that kind of middle of the road, relatively safe response. So moving on to Thanayi Jackson's paper, which is Searching for Mary Ellen Pleasant in the California Colored Conventions. What's really fascinating about this paper, and I think what I could see was really resonating in the chat with folks, is that it urges us to really tackle in a very practical and hands-on way the problem of archival silences. In this paper, Jackson grapples with precisely the problem that all historians of Black history, but particularly those of us who study early African-American history, the histories of women and or the enslaved, the challenges that we face when seeking to tell a holistic story. It's pretty clear that women were involved in supporting the conventions in a variety of ways, ranging from preparing and supplying food, providing housing, and also shaping political thought in both direct and indirect ways. But as Jackson paper points out, beyond what exists in the colored convention minutes, we struggle to understand and account for women's roles and political views. In other words, as Jackson says, we're trying to figure out how to understand them as part of the scene. In this paper, Jackson does the painstaking work of mapping Mary Ellen Pleasant onto the California conventions and mapping the conventions onto her. Here I kind of have stolen from Jackson's phrasing, which I think is a really lovely way to think about the work that she's doing methodologically to excavate Black women's contributions from the archives. The main question that I would ask Jackson is that it almost feels like Mary Ellen Pleasant was specifically and intentionally sidelined and written out of the history of the colored conventions. It's almost like, based on what you're presenting to us, she was such sort of a central figure in all of this that they almost had to write around her. And I'd love to know whether Jackson thinks that's true. And if so, to hear more about how and why that happened beyond what is said in the paper. So I'm interested in trying to know whether we can understand what happened to Mary Ellen Pleasant as part of the larger silencing of Black women in the Black liberation struggle during this era, And I also wonder whether Jackson thinks any of this was personal. So were there any particular resentments in the Black political community towards her? Or was this simply another example of what was happening to politically minded women at the time? I'm also interested in the issue that Jackson raised regarding streetcar desegregation and the conventions. In the paper, Jackson implies that future research on such a connection between the battle against segregated streetcars and the conventions would be rewarding, but I wonder why, based on what you have uncovered so far. In other words, I'm curious to know what Jackson's suspicion is about what the connection might be, and what, you know, other future researchers might uncover. Lastly, I would encourage, at least in the written form of the paper, I'd encourage Jackson to place Pleasant's story a bit more into the larger context of Black women's political strategy during this time. It's clear from the presentation today that Jackson has really thought deeply about those issues, but I would have liked to have seen a bit more in the written version of the paper. It's clear that although Black women were overwhelmingly urged to stay out of the political sphere, they still found a variety of ways, both direct and indirect, to make their political views known. And in the written version of the paper, there are passing references to folks like Jessica Marie Johnson and Marisa Fuentes, but I would like to see this work engage a bit more theoretically with some of the work out there, considering how, you know, to really sort of excavate how Black women shaped this movement, even in situations where they were explicitly asked not to. And then turning lastly to Magdalena Zapędowska's paper, Poetry and Song at the Colored Conventions. What to me is really fascinating about this paper is how it pushes the discussion about silencing and exclusion in different ways. So in this paper, we have a chance to reflect on political expression in slightly alternative forms. Rather than sort of focus on what have been the traditional forms like speeches, essays, newspaper articles, various print materials, this essay urges us to grapple with music and poetry as deeply important forms of political thought. And I will say as a side note, I deeply appreciated that because when I teach a class, which I routinely do on Black political thought, I always include sections on music and prose as specific forms of political expression. So in this paper, we really see the way in which poetry and music played a prominent role in numerous conventions and how it served as an inspiring method to articulate complex and sometimes even controversial political views. It shows quite stunningly that poetry was even used to present images for what delegates hoped for. In the paper, she talks about how poems were often used to present sort of hopeful images of ideological unity, even when it didn't actually exist on a practical level. My questions for this paper largely center on how we might contextualize and understand the role of music and poetry in Black political consciousness during this era a bit more broadly. So why, for example, did music and poetry resonate in the Black community at this time? Why was it viewed as a particularly powerful or effective form of political expression? And I think really specifically what I'm thinking about here is, what is it that prose and song do that speeches and essays cannot do? And I could tell by the response in the chat that the music and the singing brought forth an entirely alternative type of response. And so I would like to see a little bit more sort of theoretical engagement with what is it that those forms of expression do that other forms of political rhetoric cannot do. I'm also interested very specifically in the context of the 19th century, what it is about those forms of expression that would have resonated and been particularly powerful in Black communities, and what it is specifically about poetry that people would have understood as an effective political strategy for Black activists to use. The other question that comes up for me is whether there are particular ideas or opinions that appeared more often in song or prose rather than in a speech or newspaper article. So in the presentation today, the one example that we heard was about how music was used to advocate for moral suasion. And I wonder, for example, whether that was typical, or perhaps whether there were certain ideas that were more suited for creative expression, or maybe even deemed more palatable in that form. My point here is that what I loved about this paper is that it showed us that music and poetry were used as powerful political expressions during this time. What I would like to understand a little bit better is why, and what this tells us about the Black liberation struggle during this era more broadly. I'll close just by thanking the presenters again for sharing their fascinating work. In my view, they raised critically important questions about erasure, silencing, and alternative expressions during a very complicated political era in Black history, and I'm really excited to watch these projects continue to evolve. I think they demonstrated exactly what I said from the beginning, that we must continue to show the range and complexity of Black political and intellectual thought in the antebellum era, and continue to do the difficult work of excavating Black people from the historical record. Thank you so much again for the honor and opportunity to participate today. And I look forward to hearing the responses and hearing some engagement from the audience.
Great, thank you for all of the panelists. I want to give the folks a chance to respond in just a moment. But before I do, if I can encourage everybody who's following along on Zoom and on social media to please share your questions. We've got a whole team monitoring and distilling and trying to put all those things together. So I'd love to hear from the panelists first, but please get your questions, reactions, thoughts, comments in as we go along.
I love all the questions Dr. Alexander raised up, and I know our time is so limited, but I can respond fully through my essays in the future. And all the questions are so relevant to think about the complexity and the nature of the Black community in the mid-20th century through the conventions and then Black newspaper. So one clear answer about how Ohio and Black Ohioans would react differently from what Eastern papers and Eastern delegates at the convention is they disagree on about 3-4 issues which raised at the conventions. One is immigration. So Ohio is a place people just stayed and they live again because they have severe Black laws which prevent many free African Americans. They settled down from settling down in the land. So they are looking for constantly another place to move on. So they are very open to emigration, and their perception of nation is very much different from what Frederick Douglass believed as a patriotism of the Black people. And the other issue might be class. So I mentioned shortly the Black Ohioans, they are unconventionally educated, especially before 1850s. So when Frederick Douglass had a speech on the elevation of the education and Black people through having respectable vocations, but the attendee from the Ohio in the Cleveland in the 1848 National Convention, most of them is barbers, and they're working as painters and seamstresses, and they must have felt that they are excluded from those Black liberation rhetorics, because even though they're working barbers and the barbershop in Ohio, very powerful place where African Americans share their news and making some solidarities and connections. So they have a different perception of the class. The other one is they differently interpret the Constitution. Black Ohioans, they believe Constitution itself is flawed from the beginning. But I believe the Frederick Douglass believe Constitution itself is right, but the way we apply is wrong. So those issues is from the beginning, they have a differing perspective, even though those differing perspectives not specified in the conventions. So that might be the why they kind of ridiculed Frederick Douglass in the later conventions in Ohio. As you mentioned, 1853, the National Convention, they kind of showed a lukewarm welcome of the William Howard Day's newspaper. But I noticed the convention 1853 happened in the Rochester, the city of Douglas, and then the proceedings was printed in the Douglas's printing shop. So the Frederick Douglass kind of diplomatically does not mention a lot about the papers, but when I checked at the same time his newspapers, I could see he strongly disagree with the publications. But I can delve into more about the other Eastern African Americans' reactions to Howard Day's paper. One last point I want to mention is you pointed out the importance of the title alien American. I just could think the phrase alien is strong me, is as a legal term, and still we use it to indicate undocumented or documented immigrant. And I wonder if Howard Day used alien American intentionally to situate their own choice or involuntary emigration, which the African Americans constantly experience. And by pointing out that alien, they repossess the term's meaning as in a way to assert their identity or their locations, socio-political locations in Ohio. So those are things I can shortly respond to Dr. Alexander's question. Thank you.
I just wanted to, Magdalena, if you want to go first, that's fine with me, because I know I stole so much time from you already that I would rather you have some time. If you want to take it, that's.
I'm happy either way, but I'm happy to go now. Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Thank you so much, Dr. Alexander, for this thoughtful and generous response. And I excluded so much from this paper just to make it into the format of a conference paper, but poetry was really important to Black Americans in the 19th century and in the antebellum era specifically, because that's what my paper mainly focused on. And when I was working on this paper, it really struck me how poetry in many ways functions similarly at the colored conventions as it does in the Black periodical press, with the exception that in the conventions, it's all part of the experience, and it's oral and it's spoken and heard. And the same goes for music, that music is sung and heard. But in the proceedings in that way look really strikingly similar to the Black newspapers, that there are excerpts from poems and speeches, just like there are excerpts from poems in newspaper articles, both originally written for the Black press and those reprinted. And there are poems, standalone poems, that in some newspapers open the newspaper and kind of frame the newspaper as kind of a literary heterogeneous space, and in other newspapers appear on the last page as the kind of entertainment literary section. And what's different in the proceedings is that these standalone poems are not included in the proceedings. So that just is one of these gaps and silences that scholars talk about. And it feels like such a loss, because we could know so much more about what they heard and responded to, like Sarah Antone's poem on human brotherhood. It has that unifying purpose that you mentioned. They kind of project, or that they use poetry to express that unity that they hadn't yet achieved. But I would love to hear what exactly she said. So poetry was very much part of the shared language to share ideas, express emotions, respond to political events. Poetry was a very accessible genre too, because Black Americans were exposed to like verse language all the time, including through singing in church and outside of church, and communal secular singing. Rhyming was really accessible, but they also really recognized the power of poetry, and poetry and song are really closely related. Poems were often written in a kind of certain repertoire of meters that then could be mapped onto songs and like matched to the character of the song. Like, for example, Auld Lang Syne, this one of the songs that I sang, one of the tunes, because the original talks about the passage of time, it was often used for poems that talk about the passage of time or about the future or the past or what's lost. So because the number of meters in popular poetry was quite limited, it was really easy to write new words to existing tunes. And both poetry and song were used to speak to emotion more directly. There is a lot of kind of literary essays and political prose too talk about the power of poetry to affect listeners and readers more directly than non-verse speech does. And song heightens that even more because music adds this really powerful affective element, and especially communal singing when participants joined voices in song. I spent some time trying to imagine what it would have sounded like, a hall packed with people who all sing the same tune. It's an extremely powerful affective experience that really unites them before they kind of disperse into political debate and differences of opinion. So I look forward to thinking more about, why poetry is included in the conventions. My first response is poetry was included in every important context at that time. Thank you so much for this question.
It's so interesting. I'm going to piggyback off of Magdalena a little bit too, because I do think that this, singing together, sort of communal singing is really powerful at these conventions. And it kind of leads to one of my answers for myself, which was about what this suspicion is about, for example, the streetcar fights coming after this convention. My suspicion is that these conventions are big mobilizing work. I mean, including things like singing together, right? I mean, you feel like it's one of these moments where everybody comes together, and that you're never going to get as much mobilized activism as you are immediately after these things close, right? Because you've brought everybody together. I mean, of course, sometimes, there's disagreements and whatnot, but it's the quickest way to get everybody together kind of on the same page to do something. And so that's my suspicion, even though they're not saying, hey, we're about to take it to the streets. As soon as we leave here, we're going to go do this. I think that in the rhetoric, you do see sort of these appeals to act. And I mean, I love both of these papers because I do think that these are ways to mobilize activism, and that there are absences of these things because you don't always talk about the action you're going to take. So my suspicion is that people leave these conventions ready to do stuff, and including things like suing a streetcar or doing some test cases where you're going to try to get on a streetcar and see if you get kicked off or whatnot. But I feel like they're having these conversations sort of behind the scenes at these conventions, because they're all hanging out together and meeting. We all know what it's like to be at an in-person convention. So I feel like there's a lot more going on there. The only other one I feel like I kind of want to address is this bit about, was Mary Ellen Pleasant sort of intentionally absented from the language? My hunch is yes, but I'm just not sure, But one of the things that I obviously didn't have time to get to in this is that, and this goes back to her being a bigger meta exercise, is that, after this time period from like the mid 1870s until her death, pretty much, she's a way more controversial figure. And she's involved in all these other court cases that present her as everything from a madam to, as just a downright hustler, right? I mean, and so if we're talking politics of respectability, I could definitely see them thinking, no, we don't want this woman to be the face of this, which makes it a more complex history, especially in California history. I don't also see any evidence that any of her boarding houses were brothels, right? I think that was salacious, sort of pop culture. California is a place, again, where the population is just growing. There are very few women. Whether she served as some sort of matchmaker, yada, yada, there's really no evidence that any of her houses were a brothel, but it's sort of this interesting intersection of what women could do in the West at this time, where they could find power. And I definitely could see that wanting to not be as discussed as much in California as maybe in other places. I definitely think that's a thread to pull. I just am not 100% sure where to go with it yet. But yeah, thank you so much for those comments and questions.
Okay, thank you all of you for sharing these thoughts. It feels like any one of these could be book projects and more. I'm told by our organizers that we have a hard stop at 12:40, which means we have a couple of last minutes if any folks want to add in any kind of connections. I'm just struck that this panel, which began about absences and silences, has turned us to making so many connections, so many different institutions, cultures, practices, and antebellum 19th century Black life. But if folks want to take a moment to add in a few thoughts, we'll also there are more questions following up on some of the papers in the chat that it sounds like folks can connect on and offline. Yeah, I'd love to invite folks. We've got maybe 90 seconds, a couple minutes left. If anybody wants to chime in and respond to any of the comments so far. I'm also happy to let us marinate and then deep up about the wonderfully rich papers that we've gotten to hear about. I think these are really calls to action for so much more research that there is to be done. I heard each one of our panelists gesture to the difficulty of getting all of the information available that we have all spent so many hours and years tracking down into these short papers. I'm tremendously excited to get to read the long versions of these. Clearly, we have a lot more to talk about. And so I think at that point, I suppose I should be facing the camera to the rest of you. I'm watching our amazing speakers. We will now have a moment for everybody to stretch your legs, get a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, maybe a little bit of lunch. And we'll be resuming here at 1 p.m. For the highlight of my day, to get to hear the keynote by Dr. Andre Johnson. So please take a moment wherever you are to join us in giving a round of applause to this incredible panel to start our day. Thank you to all of you for sharing your work, your thoughts, and your thoughtfulness. And from here on out, we will see everybody in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are just about ready to get started. If Dr. Foreman can turn her camera on, we can spotlight you to kick off the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think we're just letting people in. And there are also people in the room I'd like to greet. Just tell me when you guys want to get started, and we will get started.
So muted, right? Oh, no.
Dr. Johnson, can you let us know when you're ready and we will get started? Thank you.
If I can have another hour to prepare, I need it. Can I get an extension? You know, what had happened was.
We're still letting people into the waiting room, so I'm just going to give it another 2 or 3 minutes.
All right. Ooh, let me get some water.
In the meantime, I want to just welcome everyone back. I want to celebrate the papers that we've heard on now 4 panels, facilitated by generous respondents, and papers that are building on the work that has already been done on the conventions. I want to remind us, of course, that the first symposium in 2015 was literally the first full symposium that we know of to center the convention movement. And the book that emerged from it is the first full-length book in more than 50 years to center the convention movement. We talked a little bit about how figures have been disappeared from the public record, but one question that we often ask is how movements are disappeared from a historic record, even when they are in plain sight, when we have scholars who are talking about them incidentally, talking about them in relationship to context, talking about them in relationship to other institutions of Black life and Black resistance and Black political movement building that are happening, how it is that we understood a movement that lasted for more than 70 years, almost entirely in relationship to its antebellum roots. So I am not in the room today. I'm a little bit sick, so I apologize. I am so close to you guys physically, but I need to sort of wrap myself up in blankets a little bit while I'm listening to these papers that are more warming than and comforting than anything else I could be doing today. So I want to start as we talk a little bit about this larger movement by thanking Dr. Andre Johnson for not only the attention that he's giving us and giving to this movement in his keynote today, but the attention that he's given to it over the past years since he gave a standout paper in 2015 at that first symposium. Officially, Dr. Andre Johnson is an associate professor of rhetoric and media studies in the Department of Communications and Film, and holds a university research position as well at the University of Memphis. But to those of us who know him as a scholar, as an activist, As a servant pastor, he is a model of generosity in motion, of energy in collaboration, and of humility and purpose in action. Dr. Johnson's relaxed affability sits side by side with an espresso strong impatience with injustice. The latter is a trait Dr. Johnson has in common with the towering figure whose centrality he has resurrected through his scholarship. Dr. Johnson studies the intersection of rhetoric, race, and religion, and is the author of 3 award-winning books: The Forgotten Prophet, Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, and the African-American Prophetic Tradition. Also, The Struggle Over Black Lives Matter and All Lives Matter, which he penned with, I believe, the editor of one of his digital projects. And No Future in This Country, The Prophetic Pessimism of Bishop Henry McNeil Turner in 2020. If you want to learn more about Bishop Turner's emergence as one of the most important leaders and visionaries of the post-Mellon Convention movement, these are the books to read. You want to learn more about his place in church rhetoric as an editor, as an activist, as a defender of democracy, and also one who questions its possibility in these United States, you want to read these books. You can also visit Dr. Johnson's own digital project, the Henry McNeil Turner Project.org. And also you can visit coloredconvention.org, which features one of my favorite exhibits called Before Garvey, Henry McNeil Turner and the Fight for Reparations, Emigration, and Black Rights by Denise Berger, with amazing visualizations by Samantha DeVera. And it adapts, or both, adapts, I think, Dr. Johnson's essay in the edited collection, The Colored Conventions Movement, Black Organizing in the 19th Century. In addition to these things, Dr. Johnson is also the editor of Urban God Talk, Constructing a Hip Hop Spirituality, the forthcoming 2-volume set, Preaching During a Pandemic, The Rhetoric of the Black Preaching Tradition with Kimberly Johnson and Wallace Baxter, and also the speeches of Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, The Press, The Platform, and The Pulpit, which is forthcoming, along with the volume that will emerge from this symposium. It's worth noting that Dr. Johnson's edited collections are often with recent PhDs, and that his commitment, as it is with his students, is to elevate their gifts and expertise. It is worth saying that Dr. Johnson's life as a scholar and professor unfolds as he also serves as senior pastor of Gifts of Life Ministries, an inner city church which has been at the forefront of many of the social justice activists' initiatives in Memphis, Tennessee. It's not uncommon to see him organizing and participating alongside others in protests, vigils, marches, and boycotts. He has taken part in efforts to reform our prison system and to challenge police misconduct and brutality, as well as to challenge economic and poverty discrepancies and disparities. And he has been involved in the Fight for 15 and living wage initiatives, the latter of which those of us who are academics or are in supervisory positions can take on by advocating for raises for our students, for those who work alongside us and are underpaid. This is the work we can do in our own lives day to day. We do not need to leave this work to only to policy, only to administrators. Dr. Johnson was also one of the activists with Take 'em Down 901, led, I believe, by one of our presenters from yesterday, Tammy Sawyer. This was a successful effort to remove Confederate statues in the city of Memphis. And alongside this effort, Dr. Johnson was the lead organizer for the Free Purvis Pain Coalition, which is ongoing. He is currently working with the Reimagining Public Safety Initiative, a partnership with his church's Social Justice Initiative and the Black Public Defenders Association. So let me say in closing, because we don't have time to delineate all that you do, Dr. Johnson, that the ancestors of the colored conventions are smiling as you receive the baton from them and as you pass it forward. And with that, I give you Dr. Andre Johnson.
I'm so glad that this is being recorded, so that my wife Lisa can hear all those wonderful things. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to stand before you and to be in this, this symposium, to participate, join in the fellowship, just to be here in person. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to be here. I am so thankful that I get an opportunity to share with you just briefly some of my thoughts on the colored conventions. But before I start, I need to thank the team that brought me here, that helped me to get here, who continually see something in me. Gabby Sutherland, Lauren Cooper, Jim Casey, Shirley Moody Turner, and of course, our MacArthur Award winner, Gabrielle Foreman. You know I'm bragging now that I get to co-convene a symposium with a MacArthur Award winner. So I am just so thankful and hopeful that some of what she has rubbed off on me. Shout out to my Penn State colleagues in the Department of Communication, Mary Stuckey, Lisa Flores, Kurt Wilson, Michael Studeman, Stephanie Madden. I am so thankful and grateful. You have been so hospitable and made my time here at Penn State enjoyable. I did meet Dr. West, I believe, head of African American Studies here, and I am grateful to meet him. And then all of you who stopped by, who, you know, thought maybe somebody else was speaking, or you just walked in here by accident. I'm glad you're here. So thank you for being here as well. And one more thing. I am just so honored, again, to be a part of just not this symposium, but Dig Black, the Center of Black Digital Studies. And can I just say this in all seriousness? And I can be self-deprecating, and I love to joke around a little bit, but hear me right now. I am so thankful for you for seeing in me something, for seeing that I could bring something to the table, for inviting me to come, for allowing me to express my own dreams, my own vision, and working with me and helping me to develop my own research agenda, throwing and adding on more research agendas on my plate. But I really do, I want to say this because it is good to work with a team that operates as a team, who try to solve problems together as a team, who collaborates together as a team. I need to say that because I'm telling you, people in the Zoom room, people that are watching out, and even probably people in this room, sometimes we are not all afforded a team where we are and working how we do, whether it's in person or on Zoom. So I just want to stop to say, yay, team. Thank you, Rebecca and Sama, and all of you who have made it possible for me to stand here today to share these remarks with you, but also who value me as a person and as a scholar. Someone who is worthy enough to be part of something so grand. Thank you from the bottom of me. On yesterday, we heard from Professor Sharita Johnson about the role and legacy of Frederick Douglass, with the colored conventions. I would like to start my remarks today with a quote from him, not from a speech that he gave at any colored convention, but the one that he delivered on August 23rd, 1857, on the 23rd anniversary of the West India Emancipation. Quote, "I know, my friends, that in some quarters, the efforts of colored people meet with very little encouragement. We may fight, but we must fight like the Samoas of India under white officers. This class of abolitionists don't like colored celebrations. They don't like colored conventions. They don't like colored anti-slavery fairs with the support of colored newspapers. They don't like any demonstrations whatsoever in which colored men take a leading part. They talk proudly about Anglo-Saxon blood as flippantly as those who profess to believe in the natural inferiority of races. Your humble speaker has been branded an ingrate because he has ventured to stand up on his own and to plead our common cause as a colored man rather than a Garrisonian. I hold it to be no part of gratitude to allow our white friends to do all the work while we merely hold their coats. If there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom yet depreciate agitation are men who want crops without plowing up the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. They want an ocean without the awful roar of its many, many waters. Frederick Douglass, 1857. So it's fall 2021. Our schedule in the Department of Communication and Film called for me to teach our graduate seminar. And it's a class that I created, the African American Rhetoric and Public Address Graduate Seminar. Yay. I taught this seminar for the first time in the fall of 2018. And it was the first graduate class ever taught in our department that focused primarily on the African American rhetorical tradition. Typically in the class, students examine the African American oratorical public address tradition from what I call classical times up to the present, got to be all scholarly classical times, Yeah. We do this by engaging in a close reading of speeches or speech texts and drawing upon the practical tools of rhetorical criticism to examine, to understand, and analyze public address of African Americans throughout American history. In addition to weekly papers on the readings, the class typically consists of two major assignments: a book review on a work done on African American rhetoric and public address, and then a final paper. In the final paper, students choose a specific speaker or speakers, themes, and or text, and engage in rhetorical criticism drawn on some element of discourse or something that we talked about in the class. It's kind of free ranging. You can just do whatever, but I tell the students, make sure that I knew that you were at least in the class for the semester. So I prepared to teach this course similar to the way I taught it before. However, in my preparation for the course, I noticed that I had not just included like in a section, you got your sections and didn't include anything, Jim, on the colored convention. Now, of course, I was introduced first to the colored conventions in my work on Bishop Turner. Dr. Foreman said it wasn't until, however, that I presented at the first colored convention symposium at the University of Delaware back in 2015 that I learned, or as we say in the Black church, the height and depth and breadth of the colored convention. Moreover, in my work on Turner, I also began to see that this was just not a moment in these colored conventions. No, this could be looked at as a movement. You see, whereas Previously, I only focused on Turner's 1893 keynote address at the Cincinnati National Colored Convention. The symposium inspired me to re-examine Turner's career and to see if he had taken part of any of these conventions before. And what I found out was that Turner was a prime mover in the postbellum colored convention movement at a national, state, and local scale. For instance, Turner attended the Contraband Convention in Washington, D.C. during the Civil War. After the Civil War, Turner joined others at the Freedmen's Convention in 1866. He led efforts to convene a state convention in Georgia in 1868 after he and 32 other Black elected officials were expelled from their seats in the Georgia House and Senate. When he testified before Congress about Reconstruction efforts in Georgia in December of 1868, he took note to mention the recent colored convention he attended. He told the committee that the convention was well attended, and you know what? Some delegates walked 50 to 60 miles, while one walked 105 miles just to be in attendance. The following year, 1869, Turner attended the Georgia State Convention in Macon, Georgia. January 1871, Turner convened yet another Georgia State Convention to address the recent results of the elections in which Democrats took control of the Georgia State House. Took control of the Georgia State took control of the Georgia State House. Apparently, due to the issues and concerns the convention attempted to address, there was a need for a more practical understanding of mutual cooperation. Delegates concluded that a more thorough union of effort, action, and organization was needed to address what were beginning stages of the dismantling of hard-fought Reconstruction victories. Therefore, on February 3rd, 1871, the convention adopted a preamble and resolution that authorized Turner as the president of the Georgia State Convention to issue a call in the name of the convention to be held at such a time and place as he and those whom he may advise shall determine best. Turner issued it, calling for a Southern States Convention to meet in Columbia, South Carolina on October the 18th, 1871. This led to another appearance before the Congressional Committee where Turner shared findings from the Southern State Convention. When asked how many murders have been committed in the state since the spring of 1868, Turner responded, well, we just had this convention and we talked about that. We estimate since Reconstruction between 1,500 and 1,600 had been killed. When the Congress person asked whether it was in the South, Turner, no, dude. I mean, that probably wasn't the original thing. They took that out when he said dude, but no, dude, in the state of Georgia. When pressed on how many murders had happened in all the southern states since 1868, Turner responded that it had not been less than 20,000. That number, Turner noted, was what the delegates had agreed upon based on the reporting that each delegate made to the Murder and Outrages Committee. Now think about any type of convention you go to where you have to have a Murder and Outrages Committee. 4 years later, October the 7th, 1875, 50 delegates had a convention in Augusta, Georgia. Turner and the delegates called the convention to refute charges that African Americans intended an insurrection against white people and to determine the best course for African Americans as a race to pursue. So even before the 1893 speech at the National Colored Convention in Cincinnati, Turner was already part of the Colored Conventions movement. But you know, as I continued to prepare for the course and I kept reflecting on Turner's role in the convention, I turned my attention back to the conventions. Went back to the convention's Colored Convention website. in both the national and state conventions, I noticed that there were a lot of speeches, addresses, speech texts included in the minutes, right there. In some of them, the recording secretary recorded the debates that happened from the floor. With these rich texts before me, I began to rethink my entire seminar. What if for this offering of the class, I reason, sometimes I talk to myself, I say, Johnson, I reason, what if for this offering of the class, we focus on the colored conventions? That's it. What if we center texts from the conventions as our rhetorical artifacts to study? To account for the lack of women in the text, what if we turn to rhetorical history, using our sanctified imaginations to reclaim the voices of women at the conventions? I wonder, what would we discover? The more I thought about this, the more excited I became. So I started putting together the class centered around the conventions. I started by researching to see what I can find already out there on the color convention. And I soon found out, as Gabrielle Foreman just told us, that the research on the conventions is kind of scant. Of course, the main text for the class was the Color Conventions Movement, Black Organizing in the 19th Century, edited by P. Gabrielle Foreman, Jim Casey, and Sarah Lynn Patterson. And I think we are contractually obligated to say that it's available now for purchase on your book shopping options. The goal of the class was to introduce students to the conventions and to the speeches and to the rhetorical artistry and dynamism that made up Black 19th century America. Students did this by not only studying the orators and oratory of the conventions, but also I wanted students to examine the conventions to unpack how delegates constructed and refuted arguments and how they debated with each other and how they went about establishing the Black rhetorical tradition. And you got a glimpse of at least two of them yesterday in panel number 2, De'Aaron M. and Tammy Sawyer, who was in that class and produced those papers. To account for the lack of women recorded at the conventions, had to broaden the scope a little to include the rhetoric and public address of 19th century Black America proper. This allowed me to include as required text Wayne Crofts, The Motive of Hope in African-American Preaching During Slavery and Post-Civil War America. Dexter Gordon's Black Identity, Rhetoric, Ideology, and 19th Century Black Nationalism. Shirley Wilson Logan's Sites of Rhetorical Education in 19th Century Black America. And of course, one of our respondents' wonderful award-winning book, Kirk Wilson's The Reconstruction Desegregation Debate, The Politics of Equality and the Rhetoric of Place, 1870 to 1875. Now, I also included Samantha DeVera's We the Ladies Have Been Deprived of Our Voice, Uncovering Black Women's Lives Through the Color Convention Archive. Denise Berger's Recovering Black Women in the Color Conventions Movement. Victoria Harrison's We Are Here, Assembled, Illinois Color Conventions, 1853 to 1873. And Judy Brussels LaForge's State Conventions of Tennessee, State Colored Conventions of Tennessee, 1865, 1866. And I also included the one extant speech we have in the colored conventions from a woman. To the Convention to Disfranchise Citizens of Ohio from Sarah Staley, as well as non-convention speeches from Sarah Douglas, Mariah Stewart, Frances Ellen Watkins Harper, Sarah Parker Redmond, and Sarah J. Woodson. However, in my discovery, if scholarship in general is kind of scant, especially when it deals with rhetoric and public address, it even becomes, scant generally, it even becomes more problematic when it comes to rhetoric and public address. Just a quick search of on the ComMass Index search engine, and even other search engines for that matter, when the focus is on rhetoric and public address, will produce really only one study that addressed the colored conventions albeit briefly. And that's Robert C. Dick's Negro Oratory and the Anti-Slavery Societies, published in 1964. In the essay, Dick's focus were primarily on the multiracial anti-slavery societies. However, in writing about anti-slavery, Dick offers a brief history of the color conventions and their importance. He also highlighted that while the conventions created a strong impression of African Americans in the North, they also created what he called counter-propaganda material for the Southerners. Did a little bit, yeah. But he would later lament that the conventions appeared inconsistent because they were separated, segregated organizations, while there were separate efforts were being exerted by the Black and white anti-slavery people of the North, as if to turn his attention to the anti-slavery organizations that interested him. Dick showed his lack of knowledge of the conventions when he wrote this quote. In late 1836, the national colored organizations were gone. 1836. And their members integrated into national white societies. There were still some societies, he continued, which rejected colored members, but they became fewer in number. And I can hear echoes of Douglas here. Oh, but the lack of scholarship and public address studies on the color conventions also highlights another issue. The lack of scholarship in African-American public address in the 19th century, especially Reconstruction and post-bellum periods. At the time when I argue that the Black rhetorical tradition was being created and crafted into what we now know, the lack of scholarship and attention to this period has been amazing. This is not to say that there has not been any scholarship devoted to the period. Some earlier essays included Patrick Kennicott's work on the rhetoric of the anti-slavery movement, Stephen Schifrin's rhetoric on Henry Highland Garnett in the early 70s, Carlin Coles Campbell's work on the rhetoric of 19th century Black women, scholars such as Jacqueline Bacon's examination of the rhetoric of African-American abolitionists, Bacon and McClish's essay on African-American literary societies, McClish's analysis on William G. Allen's lectures, Orators and Oratory, Jasinski's and Harpine's work on African-American rhetoric in the 19th century. In addition to these journal articles, there have been some full book treatments as well, a few of them, along with the Afro Mission books, Croft, Gordon, Logan, and Wilson. A few others deserve mention, I think. Chana Haywood's Prophesying Daughters, Black Women Preachers and the Word, 1823 to 1913. Carter Peterson's Doers of the Word, African-American Women Speakers and Writers in the North, 1830 to 1880. Souther's Peculiar Rhetoric, Slavery, Freedom, and the African-American African colonization movement. And the other is Dovina Fulton, Speaking Power, Black Feminist Orality in Women's Narrative and Slavery, and of course my own work on Bishop Turner, The Forgotten Prophet and No Future. However, while all of these books and articles highlight in some way rhetorical efficacy of Black people and how they navigated the context in which they found themselves, outside of my work on Turner, none of them really focus on the color convention in any significant way. This is not meant to slight any of the authors. The focus of the projects, of course, were not on the color conventions, and that's fine. By the way, don't you just hate when a reviewer tells you what you should have included, when you say in the introduction what you're going to do and you do it, and then they still say you should include that? I don't, but I digress. My bad. Instead of seeing this as a missed opportunity, saw this as an opportunity for scholarship. Saw it as an opportunity for scholars to examine the conventions, and I saw the color convention website as a site for study and yes, even publication. For rhetoricians and those who study speeches or written text, this was an opportunity that was hiding in plain sight. So armed with my new insight into the color conventions, I set forth to teach this course. And as I'm putting the finishing touches together on the class, I get a call from none other than the recent MacArthur Grant recipient who called to tell me that she and the center have been working on something that I might find interesting. So she begins to tell me about what the center was working on and what they had been doing. And then she dropped right there. She just dropped it right there, just dropped it on the phone, just dropped it, just paused for a moment and dropped this message, dropping the lead. She said they were planning a second symposium. They wanted me to be a part. You know, after some shock and surprise, and of course my own self-deprecating humor, you know, have to do that. Little old me for real. I told her, I said, you know what? I had already been planning. And I already been planning to teach a course, the entire seminar on the colored conventions. After some more shouting and praising, hallelujah, all that, we saw this as some divine intervention that we had to do. And I don't know about you, but I'm glad we did. The papers you heard here are just another step at building on the scholarship about the color conventions and on the color conventions. In all of the panels, we heard of different ways, methods, approaches, and lenses to get at studying and examining the colored convention. From the Black press to Black rhetoric, from the Black church to the inclusion of Black women at these conventions, I hope you can see that the conventions are a rich site for study. But even more importantly, the call of this symposium, it is also building on the dearth that we find in rhetoric and public address studies. I bring this up because I just left the public address conference where I gave a talk on the history of Black public address. In my talk, I highlighted the role that historian Colin G. Woodson would play in shaping the Black oratorical tradition with the publication of his book, Negro Orators and Their Orations in 1925. My focus on Woodson is important to the field of rhetoric and public address because in the same year, Herbert Wichhelms publishes The Literary Criticism of Oratory. Now, that's important for folk in communication studies because that essay would eventually become recognized as the founding document for the academic study and discipline of rhetoric, public address, oratory, and yes, even communication studies more broadly. I wondered aloud, what would I feel look like if the early scholars of public address included Woodson? In short, I wondered what an alternative or speculative history of rhetorical studies would look like if we would conceive Woodson as challenging the dominant notions of public address and rhetorical practice. By paying attention to Woodson's introduction in Negro Orators and Their Orations, I submit that we would have been introduced to the richness and power of the African-American public address tradition, but more importantly, we would start to see who scholars are and what we call scholarship, and that would have started making it look different in our assumptions. So, in the introduction of his text, Woodson challenged the dominant understanding of oratory and that of a real orator. According to Woodson, the real orator is not overly concerned about rules and requirements of rhetoric, but more so with engaging, challenging, and pushing the audience to see the conflict between the real and the ideal. Since the very oration delivered is birthed from this conflict, the orator holds the real and the ideal in tension. The goal then is for the orator, along with the audience, to unpack them in hopes of making society, quote, harmonize with the ideal. Good oratory for Woodson does not necessarily come from the leaders of government positions or leaders in society, but from those who desire change in the establishment order of things, or the established rather order of things. For Woodson, the best oratory comes from those who have suffered or seen the suffering of others and have a desire to speak out on that suffering. The idea, his idea of oratory, springing up from quote, the breast of patriots speaks to an inward compulsion to speak. Thus, good oratory has a challenging function attached to it, one that does not adhere to rules and regulations, but is out of a sense of duty or a call that springs up from a place deep inside. Good oratory for Woodson comes from a desire to make things right, to make them in balance and in harmony. Good oratory rejects the established order because it is typically oppressive and not conducive to life, liberty, and justice. In what Woodson describes, what oratory is and isn't, how it functions, where it comes from, and how it is performed, one can find all of that and much, much more in reading the speeches and speech texts from the Colored Conventions. On the Colored Convention website now, there are over 150 accent speeches, probably even more. That's where I stopped counting. The speakers were not trained or taught in traditional ways. Many of them were not in the art of oratory, but just a cursory look at their rhetoric. And one would see how they held the tension between the real and the ideal, drawing on democratic principles that their opponents did not always practice. They called for a society to practice what they preached. Reading the Colored Conventions, whether a speaker was optimistic, pessimistic, or somewhere in between, the desire from these breasts of these patriots was for a change in the established order of things. Therefore, many would adopt prophetic personas in order to get their messages across. I define prophetic rhetoric here as a discourse grounded in the sacred, rooted in a community experience that offers a critique of those existing communities and traditions by charging and challenging society to live up to the ideas they espouse while offering celebration, encouragement, and hope for a brighter future. It is a rhetoric categorized by the steadfast refusal to adapt itself to the perspectives of its audience, and a rhetoric that dedicates itself to the rights of individuals. Located at the margins of society, it intends to lift the people up to an ethical conception of whatever the people deem as sacred by adopting at times a controversial style of speaking. Woe unto you, all of you who are doing bad things right now. So when we talk about the Colored Convention as a movement, I suggest that we should see it as a prophetic movement that still bears witness today. A prophetic movement that was led and operated by Black folk who dared to believe that they too mattered. A prophetic movement that established a Black rhetorical tradition that re-examined the meaning of democracy, freedom, and justice. A prophetic movement that became the intellectual hub for activists and a starting point for ongoing collaboration. A prophetic movement grounded in a faith that did not accept fully the tenets of what will become later a white evangelical theological outlook rooted in a racist understanding of God. A prophetic movement that spoke truth to power or to the proverbial powers, but yet had time to speak some truth to each other. A prophetic movement discerning the times, the sign rather of the times, and spoke directly into it without any shame. A prophetic movement where people argued and debated, where they were profound, persistent, performative, and yet, sometimes petty. A prophetic movement that still bears witness today, and one that reminds all of us, as Charles Langston said way back in 1866, we must be a constant trouble in the state until it extends to us equal and exact justice. Therefore, let us go forth in the spirit of the conventions, building communities of care, compassion, and concern, and in the spirit and sentiments of Staley, Douglas, Turner, Langston, and all those who spoke or who had anything to do with the Colored Conventions movement. In that spirit, let us continue to be a constant trouble until it extends to us equal and exact justice. Thank you.
Well, my. I'm gonna give everybody a minute to take that in. That call for justice. That call for prophetic justice, for prophetic movement, which means we have to get up and move. Let that just sink in for a minute. I know there are questions, comments. They're coming in. Praises. And while people are getting their questions together, I also want to acknowledge that we are building not only on the prophetic tradition of the convention movement, one carried forth so beautifully by what someone in the comments called a preaching scholar, my, I think was the comment, but that we are also in the house of Keith Gilliard, who is one of the fathers of Black rhetoric, of interdisciplinary work, a scholar, a trainer of a whole generation of Black rhetoricians and of Black rhetoric as a field, a poet, an interdisciplinary scholar. And Keith, while you're in the room, I'm sorry I didn't see you earlier because I'm not in the room with you. We just want to acknowledge that we at Penn State and we in Black rhetoric stand on strong shoulders, and to thank you for providing that for us as well. Questions? Questions? I can't see them necessarily.
Again, thank everyone.
I don't know if you can see all these comments coming in, Dr. Johnson.
Yeah, I see them up on the
Okay.
screen there.
Oh, wait, here they are. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. They're coming through.
Some of them trying to get good grades, I think. Let me.
Hold on, I got to get there.
But while you're doing that, let me just kind of explain just a little bit about the talk. I really wanted to try to bring in some of the things that Gabrielle mentioned earlier about the color conventions and try to show and demonstrate that this is a worthy avenue for study. I mean, you know, a lot of people are like, what I'm going to do, who I'm going to study or whatever. And I'm saying whatever discipline. You know, we're focusing on the rhetoric and public address, oratory, and all of that. But even in our panel presentations, as I mentioned, you saw many different ways, new ways of research, new lenses, new approaches, and new understandings to get to this. And the color conventions is just a awesome site, a good starting point, good inventional point to begin your research, especially if you're working in 19th century, or you just want to get a historical outlook on something that you're doing contemporary. Because what I did not talk about, and I guess we'll talk about a little bit in the panel later on, is the color convention and how it still speaks to us today and some of the stuff that's still going on right now. So even if you're doing some contemporary work, if you want to get that historical perspective, color conventions is a good place to go.
So Denise Berger, I believe it's Denise, wants to unmute, and I would love for her to do that and ask her question.
Hey, Denise.
Can she do that? We make that happen? You put it in the chat, I can read it too. What's happening over there, Summer? I'll pose a question while we're doing that. So I want to say first that we're going to be posing, I think, some of these questions in a minute, right? What shifts when we center the convention movement? Abolition and anti-slavery has, anybody in this room can answer this question. How many tomes, how many edited collections, how many symposiums, how many books, how many dissertations, right? And instead, if we start thinking, or in addition, if we start thinking about the convention movement, a Black-led movement that was not only about slavery, but was also about the very issues that Georgia today is dealing with, right? That the South is dealing with, the North is dealing with, the West is Ohio, right? And Georgia.
Right.
And Pennsylvania, right? When we start to think through what it means for Black rights not to be just grounded in the absence of bondage, but in the complete incorporation of an aspirational prophetic democracy, then how does the whole entire field, and how does democracy itself in action, right, change? And so, Dr. Johnson, I know that is the largest question we could possibly pose. And I would add also, how does Black culture change too, right? So we had something about Black poetry and Black songs, and we know we are about to debut the first public art, right, mural on the 28th of October in Philadelphia, in Reverend Bishop Allen's hometown, where he was the first person, of course, to host a convention that he stole from other folks because he wanted to make sure we were saying this then, right? Like now, the Bishop Richard Allen in his final year of his life hosted the first convention.
That's right.
And that mural is going up. So if we talk about also the cultural expression, which is part of Black memory and the way we understand each other through poetry and the arts, right, et cetera, what happens when we actually center the Black-led movements for full incorporation of in a prophetic democracy and an aspirational, which is now just aspirational?
I think you changed the whole field of whatever you're studying. Just in my field of communication studies or rhetoric and public address scholarship gets serious attention in our field, like in the 60s, 70s, started to really begin to get some serious examinations. And for many of those scholars, if you just read some of the work, some of them, but not all, went back to the 19th century. Now, of course, material was not as available probably as it is today to do that type of work. But many people were theorizing on what they already understood and knew and saw in real time. What the conventions do is to give us a whole new perspective. All of a sudden, there is this kind of, for instance, I just give you one that some of the students found really surprising, that there is this conservative rhetoric in the 19th century from Black folk that, always challenge, instead of challenging the powers, they would challenge each other to be better and to do better and to be good and don't make them folk mad at you, or they'll get you, all of those type of things. And centered around that was a whole ideology, a whole thought. And a lot of the students said, wait a minute, this sounds weird. This, like, wait a minute, this is slavery time, this is antebellum, or this is postbellum and stuff. So when people begin, then now you bring it up into the 21st century, then you begin to understand some of the folk, I'm about to say another word, some of the folk that are doing this type of rhetoric now. So I think the whole discipline begins to change. I think when we center the color conventions, especially if you are in history, sociology, anthropology, political science, and I can just go on with all of the, just about any discipline in the humanities, you begin to understand, like today, we learn about music and poetry again. Like this is absolutely important in reorganizing, reshaping how we see African-American life, and not only today, but definitely back in the 19th century.
The questions are rolling in now. Thank you for that answer. So I'm going to combine two questions because I think they are linked in some ways. Dr. Johnson, Sharita Johnson would like to know a little more about the contraband convention, if you could speak about it. And I think that this is tied in many ways to Dr. Alexander's question about class. And if you could talk a little more about class, particularly because class in the southern and postbellum conventions, right, looks a little bit different than it does in some of the northern conventions that are earlier conventions, although that is itself a complicated question. So if you could speak to those two things, and then I'll bundle a couple of other questions together as well. Thank you.
Okay, the 1863 contraband convention, there was a call for Black citizens to begin coming together and helping the enslaved folk who escaped and who were put into these quote contraband camps. So they began to meet, and they met as a convention. They met like 3 days. They took minutes. They had all of this to report in the newspapers. And basically what they wanted to do was to build a hospital. They raised money they were raising money to build a hospital for the for contraband relief, as I think that they called it. And of course, what had happened after the second or third year, it didn't come to pass. It had some problems, some issues or whatever. But Turner was a prime mover in that convention as well. Going to class, you're absolutely right, Gabrielle, about the difference between class. It's one of the reasons why I did want to put in the my presentation in the Southern States Convention that Turner was talking about, the folk walking 50 miles, 60 miles, the folk who had to walk. And the reason why the delegate who walked 105 miles walked that far is because his community selected him, but did not have the money to send him. But he felt compelled to try to get there. So in the postbellum conventions, yes, you had just, newly emancipated enslaved folk running conventions, speaking at convention, being delegate, voting on matters and stuff like that. Whereas probably in the North, you probably had, and I always taper this by saying, if there could be really some class distinctions of African Americans and antebellum period, but you had the more upperly mobile Black people leading those type of conventions. And I think somebody mentioned yesterday, even having some issue and problems sometimes when folk from the South did arrive and try to join those kind of conventions, because they just didn't, jibe with them too well.
Thank you. And of course, that's complicated too, because there are self-emancipated folks coming up, right? And so half the people who are recognized are originally from the South, right? They have relocated, right, under duress from the South. But we have these are not people who, right, the vast majority of people are not recently emancipated in those Northern conventions. I think you just said that there was somebody who had a question.
Yeah, someone in person here has a question.
And if you will just repeat it for us, Dr. Johnson, we'd appreciate that.
Hold on, we may be able to get have another mic here.
And there's several other questions here in the chat after this one.
All right.
So can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
you speak a little bit about prophecy and the sort of pessimism that can happen within prophetic utterances. I wondered, where do you locate the pessimism? So is it in the speech itself, or is it in what they anticipate won't happen? Does that make sense? So
right,
like,
no, right.
at what point is it pessimistic, or is the whole articulation and the end that
Right. No, and that actually goes to some of my work in this prophetic pessimism that I do talk about. Basically, you typically and usually in the tradition, people will start off of being hopeful and optimistic that change can happen. They will just appeal to the better angels of our nature. They appeal to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, all of the documents of civil religion, and believe that change can happen. Over time, however, and people began to get a little bit pessimistic, began to be saying, we've been at this thing for 40 and 50 years and 60 years. So how I locate that is within the speech itself, as well as doing, depending on if I'm doing a study on a particular figure, just trying to do a rhetorical trajectory, seeing how this figure moves depending on the context. So after the Civil War, you had a whole lot of celebration. A whole lot of people thought that change was on the horizon. The panel yesterday, De'Ara and Tammy talked about the hope of 1865 and how folk were like ready to go to work, ready to rebuild and to do the things. Then, by 1893, 95, for Bishop Turner at least, it's like, hell is an improvement as far as the Negro is concerned, because we have tried all of these things and nothing happened. So this whole pessimism is, and it's not and this is what I try to explain as well too in the work. It is not a pessimism that gives up, that you quit, that you just throw up your hands, doesn't turn into nihilism. It's actually going out knowing that persuasion is no longer on the table, and that's a whole nother different talk. But knowing that persuasion is no longer on the table, what else can you do? Well, you can bear witness. You can just stand up and say what you need to say, knowing that people are not listening, or knowing that people will not change their minds, but at least you are bearing witness for the next generation of people to look at your work, or you have just stood up and in hopes that somebody might get it and begin to do the work when you have, faded off the scene, so to speak. So yeah, I talk about that in No Future, as well as the first book on Turner, kind of explain it, kind of differentiate it from Afro-pessimism and all of that, and to try to say that it is still grounded in an expectation that something will happen, but it just won't happen today. And that's why I can just still get up and do the work, because I'm called to do it. Thank you. That's a great question.
I believe that we can ask this question. I'm sorry, I was deep in a conversation in the chat. The Jewon Wu talked about how many people are going back to the South, right? Including the Gibbs brothers, right? Who are both in Florida and in Arkansas, and the Shad brothers who are go down and become representatives in Mississippi. But I digress. Let me get to this question right here. Dr. Nathan Jeremy Brink says, how do you feel the oratory at the conventions in form, cadence, thrust, hermeneutics may differ from that of the preaching and writing of Turner's and others in the context of the congregation or the religious periodical? And I'm really wondering about this in relationship to the constitutional methodology, right? The formal aspects that I think it's Cabria Baumgarten writes about when she talks about the conventions of the conventions in her article. So if you could expound a little bit about that.
One of the things that I love to do in class is to, when we read the speeches, I have students read them out aloud. We read them aloud, and I try, and especially with my undergrad, I try to get them to imagine that they are the speaker. Read this like you would think that, and what happens even in the reading of one of the most conventional arguments, such as, I'm thinking right off the top of my head, Turner's 1870 celebratory speech of the ratification of the 15th Amendment, or something that, like I said, that's really generally conventional. You can still, in your mind's eye, hear and feel the cadence when you are reading that, especially if whoever was transcribing got it all down. Sometimes even in the transcription, you get applause you get your response, call and response. You can see that and you can hear that. And, the crowd went, I think when one Frances Ellen Watkins Harper's speech to one of the conventions, that we don't have the speech itself, but the response was a wonderful response. So I think that is all still there. The traditional African-American oratorical call and response cadence, I'm sure somebody chanted and somebody, tuned up. I can, especially singing those songs, those line metered hymns. I'm sure that all of that still happened because that was conventional to the convention itself. And that what made it a convention of care, concern, and comfort for a lot of people. And that's why a lot of people, if they wanted to go and was allowed to go and could go and had the money to go, they actually went, because I think that that was a space and place too. And we talked about this in the first symposium, where people not only shared ideas, but also the camaraderie and the friendships and the fellowship that happened in the color convention as well. And it just makes speaking a little bit better when I'm speaking to what I could consider my friends, or even if people disagree with me, that's fine. We're going to go afterwards, have a meal, and we're going to keep on talking. But I think all of that is conventional to the conventions. You on mute. You on mute.
We've got 2 questions coming up, and I want to remind people, do we start again at 2:15, y'all?
Yeah.
I'm gonna end this now and say that people are going to have the opportunity to ask questions not only of Dr. Johnson, but also of our incredible moderators who are going to come together in one powerful force on one panel. And to remind folks that at 2:15, you can soak in more of the wisdom of Dr. Leslie Alexander, Dr. Anthea Butler, Dr. Kurt Wilson, and Jim Casey and Dr. Andre Johnson are going to also be in conversation with them. So I'm going to sit back and enjoy this next panel. Please, I'm so sorry if we didn't get to your questions, but there will be an opportunity to pose them during this next powerful panel, which will be the last of this symposium. Again, we want to thank the organizers, the funders, and particularly Dr. Andre Johnson for this incredible session today, as he demonstrated how these conventions come to life and the difference thinking about rhetoric and the oratorical power of delivery makes in our communities and in this movement itself. So please, if you can unmute, if you can, I don't know if you can, and thank Dr. Johnson for this wonderful keynote address.
Thank you.
We'll see you in a minute.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. We're going to get started in just a brief moment. If we could ask each of the respondents who are going to be joining us on our panel in a moment to turn their video on so that we can at least get to see some of these folks here in our virtual space. We'll get started in just a moment once all of the AV is sorted out. Thanks.
All right, we are back, I guess. Are we back? Yeah, we are back and ready for this wonderful roundtable. First of all, can we just show a little bit of appreciation and love for our respondents? Marlena Dodd, Kurt Wilson, we got Leslie Alexander and Anthea Butler, and we are just gonna have what I imagine that sometimes happen at the conventions. People got together afterwards. After the formal program, they just came back and just sat down, and I can imagine folk just gathered around and just started talking about some of the stuff that was going on and some of the stuff that happened earlier that day or even the previous day. So that's what I want to kind of do. I just want to kind of open us up, Jim, if that's all right. Just going to the our panel and to just give them an opportunity to kind of reflect on these last 2 days. So who wants to get us started? Uh-oh, I'm about to call names. Okay, you know I can do it now.
I think we get that nobody wants to follow that act.
No.
Okay, I know nobody wants to say any. I no one wants to follow you, Andre, but I guess I will try to get us started just a little bit by saying that, I think that one of the things I have been thinking a lot about in listening to the presentations, but that I often just also think about relative to the colored conventions more generally. And I'd love to hear if any of the other, panelists and respondents ever sort of reflect on the same thing, but just about the depth of the commitment and the intensity that activists in that era had, not just to their own, individual struggle that was happening in their specific location, but to the broader liberation and emancipation of people, not only within the boundaries, right, of the United States, but also on a diasporic scale. Just recently, I was on a panel and I was reflecting on the fact that, that this was a community of people who were as committed to the liberation and the emancipation of people who they would never meet, had never known, who worshiped different gods than they worshiped, who spoke different languages than they spoke, who were people who they would probably never personally encounter, and who to some degree only existed in their own imaginations. And yet they were as committed to those people's liberation as they were to their own. And I guess I'm just like deeply inspired by that, and I'm always just deeply struck by the level of commitment and intensity that existed during that time. But if I'm honest, I think probably also then feel like a little disappointed, like when I compare that to the contemporary moment. We exist in a time, we're all existing in different places right now, and yet we're still all able to hop on the screen and engage and interact with each other in ways that activists during that time never would have been, could only imagine having the opportunity to. And yet I feel like there was a depth of commitment to the global Black liberation struggle at that time in a way that I feel like is sort of sadly and sorely lacking in contemporary society. And so I don't want to start this conversation on a negative tone. And I realize I am doing that, but you know, that's the honest answer to the question, is that that's what comes up for me. Every time I think about the colored conventions is obviously the challenges and the struggles that they had, right? Working out internally their own viewpoints and their own ideas over strategy. But at the core of it was a shared idea that, and a shared commitment towards global liberation. And I guess I just wish that I saw and felt that among, you know, Black intellectuals and activists today.
Wow. All right. Yes. Anyone else? Kurt?
Well, I just kind of want to follow up on that at least a little bit and say that one of the things that for me has really been emphasized over the course of yesterday and today is how the activism of that particular time period was part of what we might call the politics of everyday life, right? And that because it was the politics of the everyday life, it was really sutured to community in ways that I don't think it necessarily is today. It was sutured to family in ways that I don't necessarily think it is today. I think it was sutured to travel, right? And the opportunity to come from afar in order to meet together, in order to experience things and live through not just the big events like, hey, we're going to go hear this particular address by this person, but also we're going to share lunch together, right? We're going to share time together. We're going to share a walk together, right? We're going to share a hotel room together, right? And so from my standpoint, kind of speaking to what was just said, I kind of feel like to a certain extent, we have an approach to activism that tends to go in one of two ways. Either A, activism becomes the expression of such strong discontent, right, that it is just kind of an outwelling and outpouring of action due to a specific horrific event that has taken place, or activism is almost treated like kind of a professional career track. Right? This is what I want to do. This is where I'm going to go. I'm going to prep to be an activist. I'm going to be involved in activism. I'm going to be involved in politics. What I think we're kind of missing is that middle space, right, of activism and political action as being actually just a part of everyday life, something that we do, something that we breathe, something that our families are committed to, something our communities are committed to. And that's, I think, at least for me, something that I saw especially in the conventions we were talking about.
A couple of years back, we did a survey of all of the names of the delegates we'd been able to compile so far. We found that something like 80% of them attended a single convention. And at first we thought, oh, that really challenges what we're talking about in terms of a movement. But I think I'm very much persuaded by that perspective so that we can think less about the national scale that oftentimes is the most dramatic. It lends itself to the most cinematic imagination, I think. But there were also plenty of city and county level conventions that I don't know that we got too much in the past couple of days, where democracy worked in a very different kind of way. Because if we live in the same neighborhood and I vote one way and you vote another way, we're going to have a different kind of relationship, a different kind of democratic activism than the, as we talked about, the sort of more elite speeches, right? Where we can all hope to wind up in Frederick Douglass's paper if we give a good speech. And I think that is part of what keeps pulling us back into the granular sort of in the weeds views of these conventions. I think that's why so many of these papers were so powerful, because they drew us to the details, and that those details really matter at specific locations within this larger movement.
Who's next? Oh, we can see you right here now. Who's next?
I'll go next. What was really good about the last 2 days, I think, for me, is to think about this from my perspective of religious studies and history. This is a wealth of resources if you want to know some things and start to kind of what I would call cross-hatching, finding the people who are there who are also involved with different, denominations like AME and others, and how those conventions may have flowed into other kinds of things that were happening. That's one. I think the second for me, actually, that was very interesting is the production of materials, newspapers, and things like that. That to me, I think, is the genius of all of this, because it gave people an opportunity to think about how much more can I do outside of the convention. So the convention is a space not just for meeting and discussing these pertinent issues about how to bring people together in what I will call the diaspora. They might have not called it that, but in a way in which they could continue to do that work outside of it. So I might have a different way to talk about this in the present. I think that it's not so much that people don't do this now, it's that we are very diffuse. And so the spaces that you would want to see these kinds of things, you might not be on in ways that you notice it. And I'm thinking about, you know, this arc of Black Lives Matter since 2013, and how that was really about not just people who were on the ground, but about people who actually turned into something else because they were on social media. And so that's something that has been a part of research for me. But if I put that into the 19th century context about how people are thinking about the colored conventions, then we have the same kind of production of media that goes out into the world and influences people in different ways who might not be in that convention space. And I think that's a really important thing to think about and consider in terms of future scholarship. I think for those of us who do religious history, you know, one of the things that that is troubling to me personally is that we don't have enough people who are right now working in 19th century African-American religious history, because it's a heavy lift. And the color conventions, I think, are a way to help people start to do some more substantive research that needs to be done. I'm thinking about people referring to Grayward Wilmore and others, and I'm like, you know, that's old. And I hate to say that, I'm just gonna put it out here. I'm like, we can't keep using paradigms to talk about African-American religion, because for every Christian that's in that space, there's people who are non-Christian outside of that space. And so I think that one of the things we really need to do and consider is that the people who are in the convention who are not explicitly religious are actually saying something without saying something to us that I think is also very important, because not everybody wanted to be a preacher. And I think that's really a space in which we could interrogate more throughout looking through the convention records. Finally, I'm going to say something that makes me sound like a librarian instead of a professor, but it's really true. You know, you can't really talk about how people haven't used this without realizing that the digitization has made a huge difference. Digitization makes it easier for people to get to. One of the things that happened in the pandemic is that you can't go sit down in front of a microphone and go look at stuff and pour through it. If you have digitized materials, it is so much easier to crosshatch people, to figure out who's been around someplace or who wasn't there one year and who showed up in another year instead of that. There are so many ways you can use digitized materials in a different kind of space. And I think I just want to commend everybody who has been involved in this project, because this is a huge thing, first of all. And then secondarily, digitization makes this a way in which you can do what you did, Andre, to use this in the classroom, or to use this for research, or in these kind of times where you're not able to go somewhere because you don't have enough research funds or you got a pandemic going on. You can actually get to materials and start to use them in different kinds of ways.
All right, that is so true. That is so true. Thinking about trying to, you know, get some of the stuff that I did discover about Turner, and the digitization of the newspapers and the books and stuff was just so helpful. So
Amen.
Amen. Shout out to Jim here for that. All right. And Marlene.
I would say, you know, I was hesitant to respond because it's just the panel, of course, that I was a respondent on was on Haiti, and the last few months, years really, in Haiti have been so hard, and this week is really hard, of course, with the draft resolution. We see troops about to descend on the country once more. And so I get to thinking about, you know, sort of the importance of organizing, the symbolic nature of Haiti, all it meant to US Black Americans in the 19th century, and then really
the failure of global Black communities to organize around and for Haiti, and not just with Frederick Douglass, but also Walter White and the NAACP and Black capitalists in the early 20th century, the US occupation. And so it's really hard to see what was the organizing that existed in the colored conventions movement, Haiti's role there that we still need to dig more into, and to see that it hasn't, that its weight and power wasn't enough to stop the forces of finance capital, the indemnity, of course. We all saw the New York Times ransom series and the important work they did there. And so it's sort of hard for me to think about how do we, and to see the support that Haitians gave to the Black Lives Matter movement in the wake of the protests following the murder of George Floyd, and to see that Haitians have, kind of always fought with and alongside Black Americans in the US from the antebellum period to afterward. And I think that the contrary has also been true, but to different effect, because the neo-colonial state that is Haiti I'm not sure what it's going to take, but it seems like the kind of organizing that we imagine, and thinking about the Congressional Black Caucus just put forward a resolution last week or the week before to acknowledge the role of Haitians in ending slavery and the slave trade and abolition in the United States, and to condemn the United States, France, and the world powers for the economic and political situation they've enacted on Haiti ever since. And I think it was really powerful and moving in certain ways to actually read the text of the document, not just the reporting, but to actually read the resolution that got almost no kind of airtime, that was barely reported. And then part of the reason for that is, what force does such a resolution have? And so I do wonder, when we are going back through and we're excavating, and I work on intellectual history like most of you, and that what force and power do these ideas and these propositions and the condemnations put forward? And because I think I'm sort of at a place now with, Haiti scholarship and activism where we need to think of a different way of organizing to combat the perils that we're not just facing here in the United States, but that to like a magnified degree Haitians are facing in this, as you mentioned, white supremacist world, but really United States, leading the helm.
And thank you for that, because even in the conventions itself, and maybe one of those, the call to re-examine how we talk about revolutions, or how we talk about movements, or what we do in movements. You have some, as I'm just thinking about the color conventions, you have people in the debates arguing for other positions. Maybe that is something that we need to, instead of looking at what position won, let's start looking at the other positions and see if there's anything to learn from that. So I turn it back over to you.
One of the really great examples of that is the convention in 1843.
Right.
If you know anything about the conventions in the 19th century, you probably have heard about the convention of 1843.
That's right.
And I think one of the really important things about that document, to your point, is that we have a simpler story, Douglass versus Garnett, right? Two titans, the lions of debate in the 19th century. But we also have a lot of other people standing up saying things like, hold on a second, I live in Cincinnati. It's not safe for me to put out a document like this with my name on it.
Exactly.
Or hold on, I live in Ontario, or I live across the border from Windsor, Canada, and I see where people have had to go to find safety and freedom, ostensible freedom. And they don't win that conversation, right? I mean, the sort of legacy that we have is Garnett's narrative. We have the sort of ascendancy of Douglass, and there are lots of dissenting voices that are not just pro and con, for and against. And I think that's one of the real gifts, sort of rich veins within the conventions, are the places when people sort of mutter at each other and say, nah, I don't think so.
Right.
And I think, so often, especially in social media driven movements, we have to build momentum. We have to build larger narratives. And it's not easy for us to sort of hesitate and stutter a little bit and say, well, hold on a second. Black communities in different areas have different needs. There are, of course, larger structural problems, right? Of course, there are larger structures of discrimination, racism, all the things we could enumerate. But also people in Baltimore in 1852 need something different. than people in Philadelphia in 1852. We have the only convention held in a state where slavery was still legally permitted. Go read those minutes.
Yeah.
People show up to the convention and there's a white mob who comes. People die from this violence, right? There's real violence. And one of the things that's long fascinated me is that then everybody goes back to rural Maryland, gets out of Baltimore, and they write letters and say, please take my name out of the minutes. I don't want to be included. Now, of course, they include the register of those letters in the minutes, which is how we know who wrote, so there's layers to that. But I think these documents, oftentimes we need to sort of summarize them so that we can sort of start to make some of these larger narratives and bridges. But the texture of them, I think, really, really matters. And they did not miss that fact at all, right? I mean, if you look for the moments when the documents sort of fall apart a little bit, there are lots of kind of instabilities in these documents because they were trying to take notes on what democracy might look like in a moment when there were no other examples, or at least very few other examples that they could draw on. And so these are imaginative documents as well as just kind of, reporting who got up and said what, so on and so forth. So.
And all of that, oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Andre. Go ahead.
No.
No, I just kind of wanted to quickly, circle back to Marlena's point, because I think it's the perfect specific illustration of exactly what I was trying to articulate at the outset, right? Which is that there actually is a tangible shift that takes place, right, at a particular point in terms of what sort of global Black liberatory consciousness looks like, feels like, and how it functions. And I think what's really powerful about the colored convention movement and about 19th century Black political consciousness more generally is that they do hold at the core of their ideology not just a liberatory vision for themselves, but a liberatory vision that is global in scale. And that when you imagine the challenges that people have in the late 18th and the early 19th century to actually communicate, to exchange information, to get and share and exchange news, the level of commitment that they have to this global vision is actually really quite extraordinary and remarkable. And I think it is important for all of us to be mindful of the fact that, the colored convention movement comes into being because Black people in the US are seriously questioning whether or not the United States can ever be a country where Black people can live as full and equal and free citizens, right? Like, because the colored convention movements end up going in a different direction, right? And the vast majority of Black folk end up staying here, right? It's easy to kind of sweep that under the rug and forget why the conventions were called in the first place. But they actually were called because one of the most salient political issues that 19th century Black activists are struggling with is this actually a country we can be in? Can we actually survive here in a very practical and tangible way? Can we ever live here as free and equal citizens? And in a way, this remains the burning question in the 21st century as well, right? Is this actually a country where Black people can breathe, where we can live, right, as free and equal citizens? But the point is that in the 19th century, part of the reason why this is such a tangible question is that they actually do have a clear sense that there are other places in the diaspora that they could legitimately also call home, right? So that means that they care deeply and powerfully about what is happening in Haiti, what is happening in Liberia, what is happening, in Jamaica, what is happening in Mexico, what is happening in Canada, right? What is happening in all of these other places in the Americas and in West Africa as well. And I feel like what is so powerful and important about Marlena's point, and is connected to the point that I'm trying to make, is that I believe that, scholars, activists, political thinkers in the 21st century should be as deeply engaged in and committed to, right? We should be as knowledgeable and concerned about what white Western nations are trying to do in Haiti right now, what the US is trying to do in Haiti right now, right? As they are about, the gunning down of Amir Locke, right? Or the death of Breonna Taylor, or, George Floyd, right? That we need to understand that what happens there, right? Whatever we imagine there to be, right, is the same as what will happen to us here, right? And the delegates from Pennsylvania, from Pittsburgh in particular, are making that point, right? We look at what's happening in Haiti. Why? Because we know that what the white folks are willing to do to the Haitians, they're willing to do to us.
Yeah. There's a converse to this too. And I think what you just said is very important. The other part of it is what do people see in the diaspora about us? And so I think about this a lot because, if you think about what happened after George Floyd and then starting to take down the Confederate monuments, things started to fall in other places too, right? And so there's a back and forth. So, the problem that I think you're pointing to now is that we don't have those same kind of connections to the world that the world has to us. And that makes a very big difference, right? And how we relate to the rest of the world and the rest of the diaspora right now is very different. I mean, I was just looking, thinking about the hunger situation right now in Somalia is horrible, but you will never see this on American television. You got to look at BBC or something else to understand what is the plight of people. Same thing that happened in Ukraine when African students were trying to get out of the country and couldn't get out. How did you find out about that? You found out because it was on social media, right? So I think, if we extrapolate this back to the 19th century, the exchange of ideas were in some ways really rich because they had to do it. There was this question about, the fundamental question about slavery. Slavery had finished in Britain, but it wasn't done in Brazil. It wasn't done in the US. You had these questions, right? What is the driver now that would make us have these same kind of questions so that people might think about coming together again?
I'd be really curious if my fellow panelists would talk a little bit about whether or not they feel like one of the advantages of the long 19th century and those individuals that were participating, right, in the colored conventions is that they also had an idea of Black nationhood. In other words, they had, right, there was the sense in which, yes, we're part of a diaspora, yes, we're spread out, but we still have the potentiality of Black nationhood, right? And an idea of Black nationalism, right? And I think that part of that is born out of, philosophy and conversation. Part of that is born out of a sense of shared history that they were trying to grow and understand, right, during that time period. But I also think that part of it was just a kind of recognition that the nation actually does matter. Mm-hmm. And if we're not here, then maybe we should be someplace else. And I wonder what we think, right? Is do we miss that kind of Black nationhood today? And does that somehow contribute to some of our difficulty, both in understanding the rest of the world, as well as the needs of the Black diaspora more broadly?
Yeah. No, that's a really good point. I think, let me say three things. One is, I think part of the interesting conundrum you have about this long 19th century is that you do have this idea of nationhood, but at the same time, you can't talk about nation without talking about civilization. Okay. And civilization becomes very problematic when we talk about missionary work and the ways in which Africa is cut up. So that's number one. That's a big problem, right? Secondarily, it's the question of nationhood versus how do we make identity. So if I start to think about in Black religion, about different kinds of religious traditions that arise because we don't want to have the same kind of identity as people who were enslaved. I'm thinking about later on Nation of Islam and all this other stuff, right? Then you have to think about what does this identity really mean? So that there's that. And then the third piece is about, people, whether you're going back to think about something like Liberia, right? And we're gonna go back there and that's gonna start nationhood, right? Or is the nation here? Is this part of our nation, right? Because we built this and we were enslaved and we're a part of that. Or where is our space, right? And that's a really interesting question for me, because it's clear that Africa is not the space, because the European powers are already there getting ready to cut it up, right? Or have started that process. So then that becomes really problematic too. So I think you're right, but I also think that this idea of nationhood probably, at least for me, when I think about the 20th century, begins to diminish after we get through the civil rights movement. Because if you think back to things like the Bandung Conference and all of that, there was this conversation about, oh, we're going to get back together, we all should be together, but then it just fractures, and that becomes an issue in and of itself.
Anybody else want to respond to that? I think also in the long 19th century, one of the key elements to this understanding of Black nationalism, a nation, being a nation within a nation, is that again, they had to be. I mean, you had to be with the folk, that you, even if you wanted to, go out and live and to do and to be in other communities, you just couldn't, because of the laws and because of where you were and because of who other people deem you as. So when Black folk found themselves like that, they looked at, hey, this is something that we need to do. We need to come together. And today, well, we have quote more freedoms. We can do whatever. We can join whatever groups that we want to join and be wherever we want to be right now. So and that then complicates any type of activism, because if I'm over here and I need to be active over here, but whatever I'm doing over here might mess up my revenue stream over here, maybe I don't do that over there. And so now we're wavering. We were like, oh, maybe, we counting the cost. And so whereas you didn't have anything quote to lose, it was much easier to do. But and the understanding that I see in the color conventions movement is that when they came together, they developed, I think what Kirk is saying, they developed this kind of camaraderie. They understood each other. They built on that, and they tried to pass on that legacy on down. And even after the convention movement, other movements sprang up, but a lot of those movements had some of the same elements of the color conventions movement: the camaraderie, the hanging out, the debating, and all of that good stuff. So I really think that it depends on where you are and who you are, and what it is that you feel in your heart of hearts that you are actually pushed or called to do.
And I think, just on a basic historical note, this long history helps us to see that there is literally no moment in American history without a version of exactly that happening. Yeah. There are no moments. One of the things that really fascinates me is to both find continuity between the conventions, but to also notice when there are fewer of them. Yeah. For example, in the late 1870s, there are very few conventions. And a lot of people have started maybe to make inroads in the Republican Party, maybe, kind of, sort of. And I want to point people to the year 1883, the specific one, when there were more conventions in a single year than any other year in the whole history of the movement, because a group of people, including controversially the very elderly Frederick Douglass, get together and say, okay, we should have a convention. Reconstruction has turned out the way that many of us thought it would go. And so we should have a convention. And there is a huge pushback, especially in a lot of the newspapers, especially from Southern states, who say, we're not comfortable right now stepping into Black conventions. We do not want to be seen as undermining the power of electoral politics in our locations. And it gets personal really, really quickly. People say, well, sure, that's fine, because you're going to get an appointment. And we think so-and-so is only doing that, to get on a podium here and there. And the end result of it is that there's a convention held in Kentucky after dozens of conventions, including states who vote to sort of mind their own business and keep it local, where Frederick Douglass gets up and gives a speech that we've taken to calling "Why Hold a Colored Convention?" And I suppose this is partly a PSA. Folks can find this on YouTube. The very talented actor, Hassan Al-Amin, did a dramatic reading of this a couple of years back that lots of folks on our team worked very hard on. And the argument that he makes has two parts. One of them, he says, conventions are a steam valve of the Republic, that they're a way for people to take what should ordinarily and reasonably be responses to structural violence with violence, right? That there are sort of means behind the podium and there are means with weapons. And those things have to go hand in hand. But the second part, he says, is that there will always be a need in American history for Black movements, no matter what. He says, we've been accused of keeping up the color line. Yes, he was speaking in that language in the 1880s. The boys didn't invent it, right? We are sort of designated to have Black conventions, and people were pushing against that. And a month later, we get the Supreme Court decision that strikes down most of the Reconstruction laws and protections, right? But I don't think that that takes away from the importance of those pivotal moments that we can see through some of these conventions, where people stand up and make specific arguments for Black activism, Black social movements, specifically unto themselves, sometimes with regard to specific institutions, right? We get some of the early HBCUs, some of the early churches, newspapers. We talked about the many, many institutions. And I think it's that signature of the conventions, for me, that is a useful map in looking the places where that's happening today. I'd love to hear, if other folks have thoughts about where we can see some of the legacies of these conventions, building on some of the comments we've heard so far, about the ways that people give voice to those arguments, give energy to those arguments, or trying to figure out how to apply them. We know that theory and practice can be two different things in some of these movements.
Any panelists want to take that on, or we want to shift to another question?
Well, I mean, I think it's an important question, right? I think that I'm probably not the person, because this isn't my area of expertise, to make an argument for it. But I would argue that there is a very robust and vibrant presence of the Black community in digital social media spaces, right? And I don't want to make an argument that that's the same as what the conventions were, but what the conventions were, at least from my standpoint, right, as a rhetorical theorist and critic, is that they were a hotbed for the construction, maintenance, and alteration of language conventions. How language operates, what language means, how language becomes material, how it is that when language comes material, we not only identify it, we constitute our very identity through it, right? And so I think that at least some of that work is really being done on things like Black Twitter and other spaces, where there really is a very vibrant kind of digital culture of communication, right? That for those folks who both study it or participate in it, they've really noticed and identify as an important space. Now, it has different affordances, right? As all communications technology does. It's probably good at some things and less good at other things, but I definitely think that it is a space in which those conventions are, again, and I meant conventions in both senses, right? A pun, both the sense of assembly, but also the sense of traditional expectation and norming, right? That those conventions are created, reinscribed, and re-understood in ways that definitely lead to identity and sometimes to political action.
I mean, I would say also, which is sort of maybe an unlikely answer, or maybe it's the most likely one. I feel like some of the Black-led academic organizations are places where I see, just finished at the Haitian Studies Association in Washington, D.C., and it's completely a qualitatively different experience than going to French Colonial Historical Society or 19th century French studies, right? I mean, it's just the conversations are different, just everything that's happening, the energy in the room, the way that people relate to one another. And I would say the African American Intellectual History Society, ASWAD, that Leslie was leading, that these spaces become the sacred academic spaces in a way, and this gathering here as well, places where people are free to dissent. It's not as if everyone is in agreement to criticize, to say, that doesn't sound quite right, to offer precision, and to think deeply about the relationship of our work and our ideas to actual real world problems. not just the real world problems of the long 19th century, as it were, but the ones that we're facing and experiencing right this minute. And I think that continued to go with your point, Kurt. During the pandemic, I think social media actually became sort of, Black Twitter became kind of like a gigantic conference. Now, it wasn't always pretty, but that there were a lot of conversations that happened that I wonder if they would have happened in the same way, if not for the fact of the crisis that everyone was experiencing, and that the Black community, especially in the United States, was experiencing to a greater degree in terms of COVID than many other communities in the United States and Canada, elsewhere, that it wasn't just isolated to here. And that's where you saw people start talking about Black people and COVID in Great Britain, or the UK, Black people and COVID in Canada, that it was of great concern, again, because it was something that was affecting particular communities, but across time and space in the diaspora.
I think you have a question.
Yeah, I mean, we have lots of questions rolling in. I encourage folks who are on social media or on the Zoom to fill in your questions. We've got a whole team translating, connecting, and moving behind the scenes. But I think in the spirit of that question, we've got a wonderful set of minds and connections and networks represented both on screen and in the comments. I'd love to hear folks reflect, think, brainstorm, maybe co-conspire a little bit about where this conversation might go from here. One of the things that we spent a lot of time talking about within the project is how far we've come, but also how far we really have to go, just in terms of understanding the basics of this movement. I don't know that anybody really has a good guess. I think we're about 40, maybe tomorrow I'll say 50% of the way towards collecting just the basic documentation for this history. So there's a kind of procedural level. Let's get the stuff together. Let's make it easy to find, all that kind of stuff. But a pile of PDFs does not change the world if we don't all sit around to do things with it. So I'd love to hear folks, if you have thoughts about where the conversation might move, where the work might move, how we might reform or transform the work in order to move it into different kinds of directions. Do we need to keep it just on college campuses, perhaps? And if not, how might we begin to approach that set of conversations as well? Wow, good question. We're taking notes in pencil, I should say, too.
Right,
We're not asking for folks to sign up for things.
Yeah, I can start. I think that, as somebody who's already involved in a pretty big project, the Crossroads Project, that we'll be doing, putting up information about African-American religion and working with different people across the arts and scholarship and everything. I think one thing that would be really important is to set aside some funds so that you can help students to be able to work on this or to try to raise money for that. I think that's really important, first of all. It's kind of like the digitization project has gotten something, right? But you also need funds to help people work on this, because I think you can't just rely on scholars who have already a corpus of things that they're trying to work on or trying to get out to be able to do that. That's number one. I would say to think about identifying certain kinds of fields that would be really useful. Andre knows that I work on religion, he does too, but we're coming from two different kinds of perspectives about that. It's interesting for me to hear about rhetoric, but as a historian, I have some other kinds of concerns, and especially as a church historian, I have concerns about how this material is looked at and how it's used, and where can it help to enhance things. I think that's really important. The bigger thing I was sort of thinking about was what would writing a history of African Americans in the 19th century look like if we had more, people were using this material more robustly, right? So, I mentioned it in my chapter about 1619, but there's only so much you can do in 8,000 words, right? I can't do a lot, but I can do some. But I think that, for people who are working on broader projects, even knowing people who are, working up a database of people who are like working with these materials and having them meet either just for conversations, off the record, like what we're doing here right now, would be really useful and important. I'll just stop there because I think that can get us started anyway.
Leslie, you want to get in here?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I really like that. And I think I'm also just thinking a little bit about what Marlena was just saying. One of the things I really think could be interesting try as an experiment would be to get, community activists to engage with these materials, using them kind of as a model for how do you bring people together to kind of identify, what do we see as the most salient issues, right, facing our people. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what the color conventions were doing, right, is to say, here are the things we are identifying as the most salient issues impacting our people. And we're going to sit down and discuss and strategize and debate, right, what we feel like the solutions might be. And, as Marlena was pointing out, academic organizations, at least the safe space, the safe ones, the ones where, we can kind of come together and safely talk and dialogue are actually really productive spaces, where people can present different viewpoints, differing ideas, right? And kind of work collectively to unpack these kind of knotty, thorny issues. But I think what's really powerful about the colored conventions is to think about them as a model for what kind of collective community problem solving can look like, right? You have delegates and representatives from coming from all over the place, right? Some of them are the fancy, high profile, big name people, right? Some of them, as you were pointing out before, are, folks whose names have been sort of lost to history and who show up to one convention, right? But who may or may not have been a really powerfully influential person in their local community. So these are folks who are coming from very different backgrounds, very different walks of life. Some of them are formerly enslaved. Some of them, are wealthy, freeborn people, right? Comparatively wealthy, who have established themselves, right, in particular ways. So they're folks who are coming from very different walks of life, very different perspectives, very different political ideologies, very different religious backgrounds, very different viewpoints about what the strategy should be to liberate the race, right? But who they are people who have a common idea, a shared vision that liberation needs to happen, right? And they might have very different ideas about what the core problem is or how to get there, right? But they have a common goal, and they're willing to come together and discuss and debate it, right? And to try to work collectively to figure out how to tackle the problems. And so I think that would be a fascinating model to use, right? Is to say, what would this look like if we did this on the local level, on the state level, on the national level, brought folks together, put them in a room, right? And said, what are the problems facing the race, right? And how do we work collectively and discuss and debate these, right? And try to figure them out together.
Leslie, I was thinking when you were talking, what this reminded me of? Remember the contract with Black America?
Yeah.
Remember when everybody went around and did that whole thing? I mean, this was kind of the thing, except the way I felt like the contract of Black America, where it was like Terrence Smiley talking down to everybody, and kind of doing this thing, and Cornell being there, and it was like the hype man show, right? I know all of them, so it's okay. But it was like the hype person show, and then it was nothing else, and then there was no conversation, right? And so I'm thinking about this because one of my former colleagues, and I'm just blanked out on his names. I'm just thinking about him. But there's a whole piece about Black intellectuals that he wrote about back in the early 90s. If you all know who I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. I'll put it in the chat. I think about this, and I think, maybe one of the things that would unlock this, rather than having it just be like us as professionals, is to have everyday people do this. Because right. I think that's the key to me, is introducing people to this kind of model, because there's so much going on right now that it would be very difficult in different communities to try to think about what is the first thing I'm picking on. I mean, like in 2 weeks, we have a huge election, but nobody's talking about voter suppression and all these kinds of crazy things that are happening, right? We're too busy looking at Herschel Walker and wondering how in the world can this man win for the Senate race. Now, I don't mean to be rude here, but I'm just saying this is the kind of thing that the color conventions in the 19th century, they kicked him out. Mm-hmm. He wouldn't have been there. I mean, this shows the failure and the collapse of this kind of organizational structure, which I think is actually the bigger question right now that we have to ask if we're going to talk about this in the present. What's interesting about the color conventions is that this starts off being a space where people meet together, and then these other kinds of organizations, whether they're fraternal, clubs, churches, benevolent organizations and others, kind of come in underneath this, okay, and can spread out from that. We don't have that kind of structure anymore. The NAACP doesn't have that kind of power anymore. The biggest power right now, honestly, are fraternities and sororities. They're the people who can get everybody together. So, maybe they're the people to start with, as opposed to, just anybody in the community, because they seem to be the ones that, adults strolling at 50 years of age. Now I'm going to start bitching about the stuff I don't like. Sorry, if I'm hurting anybody out here, I'm going to hurt your feelings right now. Like, you do not need to be strolling. This is for kids.
Let them stroll, Auntie. Let them stroll.
No, I'm serious. This is why we in the problems we in right now. People want to dress up and stroll. People want to do roof, and I'm like,
I got you.
What is that helping? I'm sorry, you got me on a day.
No.
No, but I think this point that you're making is really powerful about the extent to which particular types of organizations, right, once existed and no longer exist, right? Yeah. And so what types of structures, support structures, do we have in place, right, to carry out the work as we envision it? And, the other thing that comes up for me as you're talking about this is, when you were talking about the contract with Black America, right, is the ongoing challenge. And this obviously is something that, I'm sure they struggled with in the colored conventions as well, is the egoism.
Yeah.
Right. And so, right, that's the other challenge as well, right, is how do we get people to kind of check their ego at the door, right? And, be willing to just sort of engage in conversation about what the common vision is, right? What the common goal is. But I think you make a really powerful, important point about what the lack of certain types of organizations and institutions in the 21st century, what the significance and the real consequences are. When you have the collapse, for example, of the African societies, right? All across the North, right? In the late 19th and early 20th century, that has consequences. Right? When mutual aid and benevolent organizations start to disappear, right? The community-centered structures that allowed for the proliferation of what you're talking about then no longer exists.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. I mean, I'd like to add an additional layer to this, at least in part, if we're thinking about what's next. And I would love it if, and it may be difficult to do in part because of institutional norms and expectations, but also because of the labor that just goes into something like creating a single archive. And that is, I think sometimes I feel like we're missing the connections between archives. We've got, some really, this is a fantastic archive that does this. This is a fantastic archive that does, Black periodicals and newspapers. This is a fantastic article, but it's hard unless, in fact, you're trained in graduate school to really begin to see the connections between and among these various archives. So I'm kind of curious as to what are the possibilities of thinking kind of about the connections and the relationships between a lot of this digital material that's reflective of actual human experience and making that more public, making that kind of connection something. So, which is not to suggest that we couldn't only, that there isn't great worth in going deep, but seeing the connections between the materials that we've got from all of these different places, I think would also add another layer of complexity and opportunity to model.
I swear I didn't feed Dr. Wilson that line, but it's in all our grant proposals. One of the things that we've done over the years is try to start to track all of the names that appear in all of the documents. We started running crowdsourcing projects to try and sort of collect huge amounts of data. We're sitting on a mountain right now. I'm looking at my colleagues Summer and Jen over there in the corner of about 25,000 names of people whose appearances in the conventions were registered in print. And as part of that work, we have begun to try and just use some of the digital tools to analyze these networks to see how do communities form, how do they change over time. And one of the things that doing that work has really started to raise for us, that I think goes back to a few other people's comments, is that there were people who gave speeches, who wrote letters, who were prominent faces, who funded things. And then there were just people who knew people. And there were bridge builders and brokers, and the person to know who never said a word at the convention, but everybody knew when they had something to say, they would communicate it in the ways that they knew were going to have an effect, right? We know the names of George T. Downing, those of us who have been digging in some of these archives, or Amos Beeman, right? Amos Beeman, he got himself on the press a fair amount, but George Downing is one of these people who I think stands up and makes a couple of jokes at one point at Henry R. Garnett's expense, but becomes the central figures of the movement, not because they're famous, not because we have volumes of their writing, though I wish we did, but because they help to connect disparate communities. And I think that's one of the real challenges as we think about building organizations within higher ed beyond, are about who the bridge builders are, about who the people who just know other people are and are willing to translate from Baltimore to Philadelphia, or from Philadelphia to Sacramento and San Francisco. And I think that for us is a new direction in the scholarship of the people who knew people, of the sort of back of the room people who might not be in the convention minutes saying something, but we know their glances, you know, and an elbow in the pews can communicate a lot. And so I think part of that for us is trying to reformulate how we understand these movements, not as two famous men, usually almost men, right, talking to each other, and not even as a few people, but in collective bodies and networks, in different kinds of imaginary bodies. I think that's partly why the scholarship on the Black church is so vitally important for how we understand the conventions, is because it helps us to understand a different model than a bunch of liberal individual subjects who vote and therefore are part of a political body, right? And I think that that is one of the key contributions of the conventions movement that's just difficult for us to get at. You know, I think it's just difficult for us because it is somewhat foreign to a lot of the ways that we go about talking about movements, about democracy, about government, about political debates. And we have a lot of work to do, I think, to somebody's comment too, about enlisting folks who were not collecting a paycheck to go to college campuses every day. You know, part of the reason why Gabrielle and Denise and Brandy Locke and so many other folks have spent so much time, and I can promise you it's a lot of time, getting some paint on the side of a building in Philadelphia as a mural about the color conventions, is trying to think about the different ways that we might translate these histories into places where people live, where they already use history in their everyday lives. And I'm going to stop before I sort of go on my full rant, but you know, I think that, you know, one of the challenges for us is to get out of our comfort zone of the ways that we have tended to talk about these things and imagine both different modes and different sort of end products as we go along.
You almost got to be both and, I think, because the both and models, what I'm talking about is, like, you started your comments off by talking about what's in the grant proposals. There is a certain convention for grant proposals that you have to do, no matter how you want to reach out, right? So you have to do that, but also, as you were saying, yes, the community. And that's one of the things that I try to balance as best as I humanly possibly can. The whole notion of town and the old town and gown argument about, walking that line. And so I see, and I say it like this, I can co-sign on a lot that's been said in this conversation, because once people that were not mindful or did not even know that the color conventions exist, once they learn about it, I mean, in the community, especially a lot of activists and stuff, they go, wow, that was happening back then. It's happening right now. I mean, they are so excited to know that they're part of a lineage of protests, of activists who are trying to stop stuff from going on. And so when they learn that, they really get it and they understand it, even in the classroom with folk who would not, probably, if they knew that 19th century African-American orator was it's going to be the thing, maybe they wouldn't have signed up. But once they get into it and once they start digging into it, they really get excited about it. So I think it's a both and. You got to, do the conventional stuff, and we have to make sure that we are creating a language and our discourse that is open and accessible to a wider public. And I think that's some of the stuff that some of the folk on our panel do, especially Anthea, who've been out there engaging with public and doing good research where it's accessible, where people can see it and feel it and get it and say, hey, you know, whether you agree or disagree, you know it. And that's the key, which brings us to our, I think we got time for one last point, I think, because when we do all of this, you know, the pushback is already there and it's already happening. So in our closing thoughts, real quick, how can we also insulate ourselves? I talk about the color conventions as a place of comfort, concern, and, you know, comfort and compatibility. How can we, as groups of scholars and groups of folk who are aware of what's happening, how can we speak truth and also stay within the confines of wherever it is that we want to stay in, I guess. I'm just going to say it like that. I don't want to get too specific because I don't want anybody to go out, but you know, because there is a pushback once we start talking about this, right? Once you start talking about race, when you start talking about, you know, the stuff that happened in the 19th century, and when you're just talking about the stuff that actually happened, when you talk about Haiti and you talk about what's still going on, and when you make the connection that went on back then to what's now, how do we do that and do that faithfully? How about that? That's a great way to ask that question. Push back.
I'll jump in.
All right, go ahead.
I would say, you know, in some ways it maybe sounds like a simple answer, but it's, I mean, to do so without fear. I mean, to push back without fear. I mean, because, you know, what I think about sometimes, every time I think I'm about to get myself in trouble with an op-ed or a magazine article or something, because I'm going to say something about the State Department, or are they going to start watching me? I don't know, you know, but I think about how the activists and writers were, how unafraid they were. I mean, maybe they were also afraid, but they kept on going anyway. I was thinking about James Weldon Johnson's piece against the Haitian occupation in The Nation. I'm thinking about W.E.B. Du Bois in The Crisis against the occupation, and how people who really could have experienced actual physical violence, like not just losing their job or not getting tenure, not that those are serious consequences, but could be attacked in the streets, were attacked in the streets for the things that they wrote, for the positions that they took, for the activism that they engaged in. And so I just try to remember that there will be pushback, there will be consequences, but you know, one of the things I learned from the op-ed project was, you know, if you say things of consequence, there may be consequences, but the only alternative is to be inconsequential. And that was said by the unnamed witness in the Clarence Thomas trial. And the Clarence Thomas, I'm sorry, not trial, One Wishes, the Clarence Thomas, you know, congressional hearings to establish him as a Supreme Court justice.
I want to add to that the idea that I think that part of our responsibility is to be cover for others and search for cover for ourselves. Right. In other words, I think that it's much easier in these instances if you to have a voice when you're also being cover for other people who can have a voice. Right. And for me, what that means is an understanding of how it is that we can move to protect the voices of those that are expressing ideas that maybe because of a specific role that we're playing at an institution or this kind of thing, we might not be able to be the speaker in that instance, but we can influence the context in which the speaker is talking to make sure that they have that they're insulated from at least some of the pushback, right? That undoubtedly that's going to come. I think that sometimes it's unfortunate, but true that when the pushback comes, those who are standing around the person that's getting pushed just kind of back up a little bit and say, oh, wow, that's too bad. Right? Instead of leaning in and saying, no, this needed to be said, right? This was important. And I'm here for you. And I'm going to activate my networks. I'm going to have a conversation that I can to do the best job that I can to provide the cover that you need. And then when we need cover, right? Hopefully others will do that for us too.
Cover is important. I can go on and on. That's just activist language right there. You need cover. Leslie, you want to get in here? You're nodding.
I mean, I'm always nodding when I hear truth, but but no, I mean, what's unfortunate is that in some ways I'm probably the wrong person to ask this question to, because I just I was just raised with a consciousness that was like, if you're not getting pushback, you're doing something wrong. You know what I mean? Like, sort of like Marlene was saying, then you're just sort of inconsequential, I think we actually have to go into it with a level of boldness, and an expectation that the pushback is coming. And yet we just continue to speak truth to power. I think that is our role and our responsibility and our duty, as Black academics and Black intellectuals. I'm a person who, was trained as a historian, but I really came into academia through Black studies. And I think that shapes my perspective and my position, right, in academia in a bit of a different way, because I came into this with an understanding that everything that I teach, do, say, write, needs to be aligned with the liberatory vision. And that, if you can't, with everything that you publish, do, say, and write, if you are not in some way answering the question, what does this have to do with the liberation of our people? Then you really need not be doing it. And so, yeah, it's definitely hard sometimes. You get the blowback. And it can be intimidating because it comes in a variety of ways. But I ultimately feel like we actually have a particular, as challenging as it is to be Black in academia, we have a position of comparative privilege and luxury to be able to speak and write and say the things that we feel need to be said. And so I think it's not just that we have to have courage and do it. We actually have a duty and a responsibility to do it. And so, yes, it is daunting sometimes, but I feel like that is the role and responsibility that we have. And so we do have to stand up, speak truth to power, understanding that the blowback is going to come, right? Understanding that we're going to be accused of everything of, from being presentist to ahistorical to, whatever it is, right? And, my response is, I say, let it come. Let it come, right? Because at the end of the day, I know that everything that I say, do, and write is in alignment with my values, with my principles, with what I believe to be true, with scholarly and academic rigor, right? It's in alignment with all of those things. And so the blowback isn't fun. It doesn't feel good, right? And yet I feel like let it come.
Right. And Anthea, you may know something a little bit about this blowback, just a little bit about it.
I'm sitting up here very quiet because, why would I want to say anything right now? Why? But I'm going to put this in a different context. I had a saying I used to tell my students when I would teach what used to be called my Martin and Malcolm class, but now is Religion from Civil Rights to Black Lives Matter. And that is, if you're not willing to give up your body, you're not down for the cause. And I think, when we have to think about people in the color convention, they were facing lots of different things. They were facing a lot of violence. And, when you were talking about the people who had to take their names off the rolls and everything else, that was real stuff. Okay. And as somebody who's gone through the real stuff of having death threats and having to move because you got death threats and having been talked about on the web. I mean, I go on, y'all. I have experienced this all. But I'm not here to talk about me. I'm here to talk about what happens to Black people in history. I think if I want to say anything today, that the thing I would say is that we are now in this time again. And I think it's really important while we're having this kind of an intellectual conversation to realize that the things that our 19th century brothers and sisters faced are the same things that we're facing in the 21st century in a nation that is hell-bent on believing that a white supremacist did not lose the election, and that his minions are going to be standing at the polls in another couple of weeks trying to keep people from voting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the concerns that the Color Convention had are still concerns that we have today. There are still ways in which we need to talk about this. And there are ways that we need to realize that the work that we do is not just historical. It's about reclamation. It's about revitalizing people to think about what those concerns were then and the concerns that we have now. And that we need to sort of, to say in a biblical way, gird our loins up so that we're ready for what is to come. Because the kinds of things that people were facing back then are the kinds of things that we are facing now, and we don't know where it's going to go.
I don't know about you, but I've just had a wonderful 2 days at this symposium.
I feel full.
Man, my. So I think we're coming to the end of this panel. Can we just show some love again to our respondents, our wonderful respondents who responded just wonderfully to the panel, as well as in this session right here. Come on, let's give it up. Round of applause. And I think, what is the next thing on the agenda?
I think we're gonna try and welcome Gabrielle, hopefully back in through the internet.
We're going to keep this real short and sweet, folks.
We're gonna offer some thank yous.
Yes.
Can I jump in front of the line though? And just ask all the folks to join us in a round of applause for Drs. Johnson and Foreman and all of the work that they put into organizing this event today. Everybody. I saw those Outlook invites and calendar meetings and notes. These things do not happen by accident. We know that it takes deep commitment, as folks were saying a moment ago, to make these kind of spaces happen. So
we want to thank everybody who has come and carved out time from your days. And to remember this kind of question about the relationship of the historical movement for our freedom and the current movement for our freedom, the costs that it takes, and the privilege to be able to stand in the gap, to be able to be freedom fighters and to be engaged in the prophetic challenge of democracy and the prophetic belief in democracy in this country, which folks are not trying to give to us. We also want to really thank all of our panelists, all of our respondents, and everybody who is on a slide that is coming up right here, who have been involved in the organizational work and the funding work of this as well. We're going to call out some people's names because they haven't been on screen. Lauren Cooper, who is really been holding this down, is the managing director of the center itself. Gabby Sutherland, Wendy Liz, and Eden. Y'all need to put it back there. You know I'm reading. You go back. Thank you. Yes. Okay. I'm not memorizing it. You need to go back. Thank you. Wendy Liz Martinez and Eden Mekanen, who have been tweeting for us so ably. Thank you. The broadcast and production team, which if you're in the room, you can actually, they can wave at you. Summer Hamilton, Jennifer Azazi, Dirk Copeland, and Dan Peters. Sergio Carmona, our budget person, guru, we thank you. Shirley Moody Turner, our co-director, and folks who have been part of the CCP team, Nika Denny, Courtney Murray, Folon Allen, and Courtney and Folon are really standing in for a great group of graduate students. We want to also thank Penn State's College of Liberal Arts and the Mellon Foundation, who provided funding. We see ourselves as redistributors of wealth. To think through some of the issues of equity, of pay, all of which are in our principles at Colored Convention and Dig Black. And then I want to thank and also say that we invite you to come to our mural unveiling on the 28th at 4 p.m. Friday, 2 weeks from tomorrow, I believe, maybe even a week from tomorrow, a week from 2 days from now, where Brandy Locke and Denise Berger, two longstanding convention leaders, have been working with Mural Arts Philadelphia to put the first public arts commemoration of the Colored Conventions movement again on the walls of Philadelphia, in a community, in a Black community, which is also marked by its own history of activism, linking again the activism of today and particularly of Philadelphia to the activism of the 19th century. So you can find that at coloredconventions.org. There will be a digital exhibit created by Samantha DeVera that accompanies that. And again, we just want to thank everyone for the collective energy and thinking and spirit that has gone into the last 2 days. Jim, I don't think your name is on this thing. Oh, there it is, convener and organizer. There you go. All right.
Next to this.
Thank you for standing in today as well. Andre Johnson, the convener of this 2 days. We cannot thank you enough for your spirit, for your scholarship, and for your prophetic ministering to us in a scholarly way today. So thank you for all of that. All right, y'all, let's go out and change the world. It needs our changing. So thank you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.